Alright, just a minute, everybody. I'll be going. Alright, hello everybody. Let's jump right into it. Swap the audio. Actually, we can keep the audio for now. But yeah, to preface this, really what this will be a set of sort of key points along the entirety of the speedrun route. So let's put that down. Key points along the route. So the idea here is that we're going to set something up into the future so that if someone were to be like, hey, what's going on during this point? Or how do I even approach this kind of situation? The goal is to sort of demystify a lot of what goes into this speedrun. So we're just going to walk through point by point, talk about what happens, what I'm looking for, all that jazz. Hello, Claude. Oh wow, you still haven't played? Damn. Alright, yeah, so let's get into it. Alright, so any good JRTA speedrun starts on reset. So, soft reset. Yeah, so hero creation is the first character you create. What you need to do is, oh nice, look at this. You just need to pick one character. So it doesn't matter what you do. I always choose exclamation point. It's very important for you to be consistent among each playthrough that you do. Character consistent. Character creation. Let's do hero. So yeah, I mean, you'll always choose something. I see a lot of people take A. That's certainly fine. I always choose exclamation point. This is male or female. You choose male and you set it to 8. And then you set this to stereo. So this is stereo versus monaural. Not very hard. You just follow along. Okay. So, getting into here, hero creation. This is called the personality test. I'll explain personalities a little bit in the future once we start rolling the other characters, but for now, I'll at least explain what kind of happens here. Basically, what happens is that the spring goddess asks you for your actual name, and then just like Earthbound does, so you just throw in any character, and then you put in the defaults. This does not affect the questions that you get asked. The questions that you get asked are based on the RNG seeds there that you see fluctuating very heavily on the top left. What's up, Blacktastic? So yeah, you get through a few of these screens, and then this is the screen, this one where it says Watashi wa in the middle. The second word is 2 characters. The next screen is going to be the first. So let's put this down. Hero So the next screen is going to be the first question you get asked. You have to answer between 7 and 8 questions based on which tree you get, but we'll talk about that in a second. So personality test. Alright, so let's swap our view. We're going to come over here. So this is just my speedrun route. And what we're looking for here is the lazy hero personality. Again, I'll talk about personalities in a minute, but basically what you need to know is that if you take a look at my notes or pretty much any JRunner's notes, right in the beginning you're given this chart, and it looks a little crazy, but basically what happens is that you're going to get asked a question, and you need to answer it in this order, yes or no, based on the first question. So you get the first question, and it drops down from there to 5 different trees. And whatever that first question will be, the other 7 or 8 questions you get afterwards will always be the same if you answer it in the same order. Okay? So, back here. Come back here. Next question is going to be this. Okay? So, define and care, if you come over here, you take a look in the top right. You'll see that in the second word is typically where the defining character is. You can see that. Let's see. Oh no, this one is right in the beginning. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if you notice, these first 2 characters are pretty similar. They're actually the same. Then you look for the third character here. Basically, this is just telling you that you're on this line. So what you do, what's up, Nacho? You come here and you say, all right, I need to do no, yes, no, 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 yes, yes. So you can just press B, no, yes. Let's look again. No, 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 yes, yes. Okay? So those questions were all predetermined based on the first question I got. We turbo it up here. You get this. Now this, again, I'm going to explain personalities in a minute, but this is the scenario in which you want. You just walk out of here and you're going to get the lazy personality. And that's it. Lazy personality. So, you have a few options. Well, really, you only have like 2 options between the lazy personality or the valiant personality. Personality. Okay. We speed it up here. There will be points in which I'm just referring to a video or I'll load different save states, but in the beginning I do want to get through this appropriately. Again, I'm not going to be walking through like all the items you pick up and everything. That's pretty self-explanatory in the route. Like, this is a strength seed. Obviously, you picked it up. We'll talk about seeds later, but basically you can follow a video and understand a lot of what's going on here. But there's also a lot that you won't get. Like, how the personalities work and what matters. And what are the thresholds for HP that I should be looking for early on. Like, those are things that you can't just watch a video for. So I'm going to get through character creation, and then we'll probably do some skipping around or watching a video to show you what happens. So here, it's pretty basic. Talk to the king. Get through this. I'm going to swap the audio over to a loop, so that we have this. Okay, cool. So yeah, come over here, we get a luck seed, pick all this up very early on, so that we can sell it. Alright, we're about to get to character creation for the other characters. And it's very important to sort of talk about what's going on here. And I think this is something that a lot of people have come to me and been like, how does this whole thing work? Like, why does it work the way it works? What's going on? It just doesn't make sense. So, let's break it down. Do a speedrun breakdown of sorts. So, yeah. We've got character creation. So let's just Let's get some general points down. What we'll get through the first character, which you name AA because it's the merchant, and you don't have to worry about anything stat related to the merchant. You just need to create it for the story. Again, you can just follow the route if you wanted to do this. This is basic. Really, once we get to... Oh my god, look at these god rolls. Ooh. Why am I on the wrong... Actually, why is this cropped this way? Hold up. Oh, did I move this? I totally did. Okay. Alright, so now we're on to Thief. So, generally, let's just talk about what's going on with personalities, okay? So, let's swap to here. And let's go to Bestiary. Okay, so personalities, right? I think this is something that people have a struggle with understanding sometimes. See, why does that show up? One sec. I don't know why my PB... Oh, I know why. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. Okay, so personality. Personality is something every character has, and every time a character levels up, they will get certain gains to whatever base class they are, and they'll get additional personality boosts. I'm sorry, additional stat boosts based on which personality they are. So, consider this. Consider you're a warrior. You've got a lot of HP, you've got a lot of strength, you have poor agility, you've got like no magic, so pretty basic stuff, right? So all personality does is take your base level whatever class you are, say a warrior, and then applies these percentages to what stat gains you'll get at every level. So if you had a jock type warrior, you would have 130% strength on your already base whatever warrior type stats that you have, and then you get 80% on agility and 100% on stamina, okay? So that's true for all of these personalities. We'll talk about how you get these personalities in just a second, but I do want to talk about the lazy personality, which on paper sounds awful, but consider what we need it for the speedrun. One, it's very, very fast to get. It's by far the fastest personality that you can get during the personality test for the hero, okay? Second, it offers pretty much exactly what you need for the speedrun. So you've got 120 stamina here. The alternatives that we'll get for high stamina growth later, Iron Man and Tough Guy, are great, but Tough Guy takes about 7 more minutes to get in the same type of personality test than Lazy does, and you can't afford to spend 7 minutes getting a better personality. It's just not feasible. So Lazy gives 120% stamina, and that's HP growth, and that's really, really good. 60% agility is a blessing in disguise. It seems really bad, but actually what it does is that it lets you in the late game be able to guarantee that one of your spell casting warriors can boost your hero, and then the hero can get the benefits of that boost on the same turn. So that's a good thing. 150% strength is quite good as well. And then the others we don't really care about. So it's really these two. For the cost benefit for how quickly it is to get the laser personality, it works out pretty nicely. Okay, so before we get into rolling the other characters, yeah, we're not talking about sexy gal heroine. Yeah. So before we talk about the other personalities and the other characters we're about to roll, we should talk about how characters get personalities based on the creation of characters, okay? So maybe this will be helpful if I bring this up for a second. So I'm gonna make a thief, right? I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna name it just E. Come here, make a female thief, okay? So right away, what I need to be looking for is stamina growth. So stamina is the third stat here. Stamina, you come down to third stat, you see that it's at 9, okay? So I'm gonna hit yes, and I'm gonna choose to give thief seeds. Come here, stamina, and I'm gonna be monitoring what stamina level it gets to, okay? So you see that it's going up, and this is the last one. So it got to 17, okay? So The way that this system works for what personality gets distributed is that the game checks to see what your highest stat is. So up here where I'm highlighting, at the top you see highest stat. The game checks what is your highest stat, just comparatively, right? So HP and MP don't count because they're not technically stats, but this is now looking at your stamina because it's the highest stat out of the other 5. Out of all 5. And then it does a test based on the highest stat, and if you're within some sort of threshold, then it'll reward you with certain types of personalities. So let's just logically walk this through. I've got stamina. Stamina is my highest stat, so it's going to be in the stamina pool selected here. Then it's going to do all of these tests based on which class I am. So I'm a thief. Stamina is over 11. And it comes over here and says, you have a chance of getting Gourmet, Iron Man, or Tough. Okay? So that's the way the game works. It'll check your highest stat, it'll do one of these formulas to see which class you are, and then if you make a certain threshold, if your agility is over this, or if your agility is high but your strength is your second highest, you'll get these types of personalities. Okay? So with the context of the speedrun, what we're trying to do is get characters with really good HP growths, because we need that to be able to survive the end game, basically. So high stamina growths. If you come down here, you'll see that Iron Man and Tough Guy are the best, and those are the personalities that we go for. Okay? So with Thief, we were just talking about this. Thief has a chance of these 3: Gourmet, Iron Man, and Tough Guy. So every time that you get past the threshold of 11 stamina, which we did here with 17, you got Eager, Tough Guy, and Iron Man. I'm sorry, Gourmet, Iron Man, and Tough. Tough Guy, Tough, it's the same thing. So we have a 1 in 3 chance of getting what we want. So let's advance here and see what happens. I got Tough Guy, okay? So, yeah, Tough Guy is the most important. I'm sorry, it's the best stamina growth. So if you get a Tough Guy, you will take it. So let's walk through which characters we create. So I'm going to actually cancel this character and go in order, because this is important. Okay, so we're going to make a mage first. So mage is going to be here. We got 6 starting stamina, which is pretty nice. Go down to stamina. Keep giving some seeds. Alright, so I got 17. So let's check this again. Got stamina. Stamina, looking at the wizard. So, yes. Wizard, stamina is over 11. I think these numbers might be a little off. It should be 15. I'll go back and confirm this. This is definitely 15, though. But yeah, it's going to be a pool of one of these 3. So I'm actually going to save the state right now. And let's see it. Everything's frame-based, so... Alright, so I got Tetsujin, which is Iron Man, okay? So, let's just compare what Iron Man... So, Eager... Let's see. So, let's just compare these 3, okay? Let's just hide these for now. So these 3, right? Let's see if I can maybe... enlarge them for you. Let's go up to like this. Okay. So check this out. Iron Man is 105% strength, which is alright. 130% stamina, which is great. And the rest is okay. Eager. Eager gives you 110% stamina. Compared to the other 2, Eager is garbage, and we don't want it. It's bad. Just bad news. You have a 1 in 3 shot of getting Eager as a mage. So your options are really Iron Man or Tough Guy. Tough Guy, as you see with the stamina, is definitely the best. It's basically better than Iron Man in every way except wisdom and luck, of which we care about neither for our tanky characters, especially the warrior. Wisdom, I mean, sure, it might be nice on the mage, but your mage will rarely, if ever, have MP problems, so it's not even a consideration. the extra 10% HP is by far the best. Okay, so let's just keep continuing. I'm going to say you can take the... So it's either Iron Man or Tough Guy, which is what you can take for a mage. That's certainly fine. So I rolled the stats, took it. Hello, Hoishin. Thank you for the viewers. Much appreciated. So I'll put the mage downstairs, and let's roll on to the thief, okay? So we did the thief before, we'll do it again. 7 starting is okay. So let's come here, save state. Need at least 15. Okay. So I got 15, and I got Aagu Lysa. So that is, I believe it's Gourmet, yes. So this is Gourmet. So similar... Gourmet is not very good either. But the benefit of having the thief, and you'll see later, is that we get a book that's going to turn her into... let me see if I can find it on here. I think it's... I'm just trying to get the translation of what it is here. It's like Daredevil. Try to find it. I guess I'll look for it. I think it might be Fearless, yeah. Which is generally quite good. Good agility, good stamina. So yeah, we got Gourmet, but the thing is you only get 1 level up as the thief before she changed personality, so you can take 110% for level 2 and deal with it. Anyways, so let's keep going. So we got stamina 16, we'll just take the thief, that's fine. I think I hit. Iron Man, so let's just say any personality, that's fine. So Warrior is the one that's going to be very strict. It can be only Tough Guy. And the reason is that your Warrior's HP in the endgame is so important. Alright, so here's the speed trick. When you make the Warrior, you've set your other characters up with basic Kana, that the Warrior, you can literally just hold down the turbo button all the way through. And what that does is that it makes a male Warrior with all A's as their character name. So it's very easily identifiable that's the Warrior. Okay, so let's roll his. I think he's right here. Alright, so we got Tetsujin, Tough Guy. See, that is frame-based randomness. So Tough Guy is the one you want for the Warrior. That's, you just have to suck it up and accept the fact that you need a Warrior with Tough Guy. Okay. So yeah, I mean, basically to wrap... Oh, I didn't make the Thief? Yeah, I guess I canceled the Thief. Okay, that's fine. I'll just go back upstairs and make a Thief. Yeah. So the idea is that you have to be very, very conscious of what personalities your characters start out with, because they reap benefits for quite literally the rest of the game. And if you have a bad personality on one of your characters, it'll haunt your stat gains for the rest of the game. Okay, let's move on. Swap back to Emu. We don't need spreadsheets for a minute. Okay, cool. So let's keep going. And sorry, Nacho, I missed your question. Yes, definitely. I'll put it on YouTube. Okay. So moving on. We have... The king gave us a whole bunch of equipment. Basically, you're going to throw a Traveler's Clothes on the warrior. You're also going to give him one of the clubs. And then you give the Cypress Stick to... the thief. Sorry, I actually messed up the order because I put the thief in later. So yeah. So yeah, again, warrior gets the club and the Traveler's Clothes, and then you get the Cypress Stick. So this is sort of where battles start happening, and this is where some of the concepts of battle are going to... Oh god, what did I do? Did I just reset? I totally did. That's okay. We don't need to go on from here. Let's just talk about battle concepts, and let's swap over to a video. So, I I don't need to go through every battle here, because they're not... Let's see. Because they're not super dynamic at this point in the game, but there are some concepts that we should talk about. Well, can't believe I got into this fight, and I got ambushed. This is my PB. So why not make warrior first when you only want tough guy? It has to do with the fact that you want... so let's... Why do I do this? It has to do with the menu optimization of adding characters to your party. So, actually, let me get a state in which people are alive. What's up, Nox? Yes, this is a very recent thing. Alright, so Baharata. Let's go back to Elihan. I'll show you what I'm talking about, Hoishin. So, yeah. Let me emulate what it looks like. So you put... So it goes like this, right? So when you make characters, basically you want to set your characters up so that at the bottom of the list, the least amount of menuing that you do, you have the warrior ready and he joins you first. And then you press up one more time, and you do this, and you get the thief in your party. And then you press up once, and you get the warrior or your mage in your party. I understand that it might just be like, you think, hey, why wouldn't you roll the warrior first because he's the most finicky? The thing is, when you consider what's going on over here, the warrior has only a 1 in 2 shot of getting the, let's see, the personality that you want. So check this out. Iron Man. Iron Man and Tough. It's 1 out of 2 that you need versus 2 out of 3. Now, 50% is worse than 66%. But the short end of the stick is that, like, that's not the right idiom. The basic idea is that you need to spend time on each one of the characters, and that the menu optimization that you get out of putting them in the right order is beneficial enough to not have to put up with getting your warrior first. I know that's probably a little hard to contextualize, but yeah. The thing is, like, you have to be more stringent on vitality seeds and starting vitality for these two characters, the thief and the mage, than you are for the warrior. Basically, with the mage and the thief, you have a how do I say this? It is much less likely that they'll hit the minimum threshold to get the personality than you want than the warrior. It's just a matter of, like, the 50% chance of the warrior getting it once he has 19 stamina, which he almost always does, whereas these two don't always get the stamina that they need to get the personality that they want. What's up, Elahex? Hello, Oxwas. Okay, anyways, let's move on. Yeah. So I do want to bring up the video and just talk about where we are with these characters. Alright, so this is like early on in the game. This is basically on the walk to... I guess I can do it here. Should be able to eventually run away. So yeah, I mean, this is on your walk to Reeve, which is early on. And I guess I have the video frozen here, but basically, let's talk about... Well, maybe I should do this. Do aromatics. One sec. I'm going to do like hero, warrior, thief, mage. Yeah, that spreads out. So these are the characters you're looking at, okay? So what happens in the early game is that your hero does around 9 damage, the first character. 9 to like 11 damage or so. Your warrior does around like 6 to 8 damage. Your thief does around like 2 to 4, and your mage can do around 10 to 12 because she has a spell. So if we come over to the bestiary, oh no, click through each one of these here. Spreadsheets. So I apologize if it's a little small. I don't think you can zoom in on Google Sheets. Anyways, if you come here, you'll see that a lot of these early characters have around between, early enemies have around between 8 to 12 or 13. Froggers have 15 HP. So basically, when you're looking at which enemies to hit with which characters early on, you basically need to know that the hero will do like 9 to 12 damage. The warrior and the thief together will do around 9 to 12 damage. And the mage at the end will do basically 10 to 12 damage. Sometimes there's variance between the damage, sometimes a little lower, a little less, but that's generally the approach. So you need to be able to identify which enemies are on the field and which ones are going to get hit by the least amount of hits necessary. So, for instance, if I'm attacking the Frogger on the right, I would hit with the warrior and the hero, the first two characters, because they will definitely do together 15 damage to clear it out. Then you hit the mage. You use the mage to hit the slime with the fire spell, blaze, and that would be enough for that battle. Okay, so each one of these battles early on, you have to really assess like which characters hit which enemies, and it may seem trivial, but saving even like one turn in a battle can make a huge difference. I mean, just like look at this, the way that this works. That every time an enemy gets an action, just check it out. Like, it doesn't seem to be a lot, but like, if an enemy takes an action, so I'm starting at 652, the enemy takes a animation. That was a full second, right? So that was a full second of the enemy just doing their animation, and then you have to see the text box of this. And like, it's little things like this that make DQIII RTA what it is. Like, that was 2 full seconds of me just watching an enemy take an action. And that will add up so much during this run that you have to really like try your best to optimize every fight the best you can. Okay, so just a few examples here as we go through my PB. Really, in this situation, it's not very dynamic in that you just have to attack all in the same group. So you have 3 characters attacking, you've got your mage using blaze spell, you'll get through it. Okay. Alright, cool. So let's bumble along. So, clearing enemies and saving turns. Let's just click through the route and see where we're going. So we're in Najimi Tower. I guess we should talk about leveling up. So early game. Oh, you know what I should walk through is when you get to level 2. Level 2. So why don't we do this? Let's find out the battle in which we got to level 2. It's probably this one. Let's see. Nope, not this one. Oh, it was this one. Okay. So, okay. Let's talk about how stat gains work, okay? So what the game does is that it checks for how much your stats are when you level up, and it has this sort of like internal clock as to where it thinks you should be for being at level whatever you are. So right now, I'm going to level 2. The game's going to check my base stats and be like, okay, you're at level 2. You have stamina of 10. That's normal. I'm going to give you a normal level up. The alternative is that you boost your stats with seeds, which is something that we did do, and then the game says, okay, you don't have stamina of 10, you've got stamina of 20, but your HP is only 15. Something's out of whack. The game will do what it can to correct your HP based on what your stamina level is. And this is irregardless of what level you are. So if you think about it, if we come back to actually right around here, looking at the warrior, right? So the warrior is being rolled right now. So just think about this. A regular level 1 warrior, according to the game, has 11 stamina. But if you get through this, now I've got 19 stamina, which is basically like, oh, I don't know, 40% or more, somewhere around there, than it should be. What the game does, it says like, oh, instead of having 11 stamina and 22 HP, you have 19 stamina and 22 HP. So then the game will give you a stamina boost and an HP boost based on the relativity of your HP to your stamina. So just to make this clear, you get HP gains based on your stamina level, and you get MP gains based on your wisdom level. So if you radically boost your stamina level, but you don't have HP to accommodate that, the game will say, alright, we're going to reward you and catch you up to the HP level you're supposed to be at. What's the reason for all of this? It's because in this game, when you class change, you go from level 20 to level 1, your stats are slashed in half. So the game has this auto-correcting mechanism that it says, okay, you were just level 20, now you're level 1. Your stats were put in half. In that situation, a lot of your stats would be way too high, especially your HP and the MP, for being a level 1 character. So the first like 10 levels of after your class change, you're gonna be getting really like poor stat gains because you already have stats that are really high. You were just at level 20 and they were slashed in half. This is the reverse side of the situation. What's going on is that you're at level 1, right? You're at level 1. Your stamina is 19. That's not high enough to relate to the 15 or so HP that the warrior has here. So the game will basically catch you up and give you a huge boost. So let's check it out. Level 2. Let's see how much HP I get. 19. So 19 is much more than a level 2 warrior should get. Quote unquote should get. 19 is actually quite low. Let's check out the thief. Okay, ready? Thief. 18. These are pretty modest. 25. So the mage got 25 HP because she had a starting stamina that was so much higher than what she should have been. So you can imagine at level 2 having these massive HP gains, it's very, very, very beneficial. Gains, dude. Gains. Okay. Alright. That was a lot to talk about. But that's very important because we need to get through the game and basically monitor our HP throughout the entirety of the game. Okay? So here, I mean, something to sort of consider is that there's a lot of fights that are not worth the reward after a while. So what happens is that after level 2, the game has caught us up for the HP for those 3 characters, the first 3 characters in my party right now, that have rolled HP to accommodate their stamina. So they've effectively, quote-unquote, caught up. Level 3 is not going to give them nearly the same benefits anymore. It might give a little more benefits because maybe the game hasn't fully caught up yet, but it's not going to be anywhere near the massive level 2 gains. So what I'm trying to say is that level 3 is not nearly as beneficial as level 2. And if you're trying to just get through the game as quickly as possible, fighting battles to get to level 3 is way less efficient than fighting battles to get to level 2. So in sum, only get to level 2 with mage, warrior, and thief. Okay. Your hero takes longer to get to level 2 with, so it's generally less important for him to level up. He is by far the frailest of your party members right now, so it's not a huge deal. Okay, so during this walk, I actually don't know the technical name for this. Cave, I think it's like Cave of like Loneliness or something? I don't remember. Anyways, generally along here, there's not too much interest, not very many interesting battles. There's certain enemies that you can fight. Yeah, I've run from this. Okay. But for the most part, you just run from each one of these battles. Certain battles, so I may... Okay, you can fight that if you didn't get to level 2. Let's talk about this quickly. Come over here. You should see Scorpio. Scorpio Repellent is what Google translates it as. They've got 12 HP, and they give 14 EXP. They are among the best, with the exception of Bubble Slimes, they are among the best and easiest to kill. However, their attack is quite high, and so are Babbles. But Babbles can poison you, and they're way worse. Okay, let's talk about... Actually, let's talk about encounters, alright? We should talk about the encounter system, because it's kind of important. Because this game is full of encounters, right? Okay, so... What I want you to look at is the... So I'm gonna move this up. Encounters. How depletion works. Yeah. So why don't we go to... Just gonna jump around here. Let's go to Salmonosa, sure. Got different characters, don't worry about it. Okay. So what I want you to do is look at the encounter counter at the top there. You see that value, 8960? Here's the way it works. The game will say, okay, I just got into a battle, or I just warped, or I just came from another area, just like this, okay? So you see this? It's now 5120. I could warp here, and it's going to be set to some other random arbitrary value, okay? Now it's 9984. Every time you take a step in a certain area, your encounter counter value will decrease, okay? So I'm in an area in which every step I take will decrease it by 460. We need to do shoutouts to Kurt Q here, because he was the one who developed this Lewis script for me. Yeah, so every time you take a step, it's decreasing, okay? So I'm walking around, and as you would imagine, so I'm in, you can see that it went from 460 to 640, because now I'm in mountains, which are high encounter rate. So here is 364, and if you can guess what's going to happen when I do this, it puts me into a fight. It sets the encounter counter for next time, and then I'm going to run away from this, if I don't die. And then it happens again, okay? So something else to consider is that, we'll talk about this later, probably in part 2, is that Shinobi Feet will drastically decrease. It halves the depletion. It's literally 50% less encounters for a free spell. This is why this spell is the best utility spell in the game, hands down. It halves your encounter rate. It's incredible. Okay? So, that's generally how encounters work. Pretty simple. So let's keep going through the route. So I guess the whole point of that is that while I'm walking here, there's certain levels of encounters that I may want to reset my encounter rate. So what am I talking about when I say reset my encounter rate? Let's give an example. So let's go over here. Let's go to Eliahan. We've got Shinobi Feet on. So we're cruising. So say I'm on my way... Why don't we do it this way? That was too much. So would I make this? Yes. Bear with me. It's going to be an example. Alright, this is a good example. Okay, so say I was walking on my way to Eliahan here. If I just try to walk there, with the encounter rate or encounter counter that I had after walking a set amount of distance, I won't make it, right? I just won't make it. So the concept of encounter reset is that you find an area in which you basically just walk into and walk out, and now my encounter counter is set to a new value. And it is in almost every situation that it is in your best interest. I say almost. It is in your best interest to go into an area and walk out, because now, that same length of distance, I made it without any problem. So that's generally the concept, is that when you reset the encounter rate, you're just entering an area to reset the encounter counter to something that the game considers normal for starting out in a new area. And then you'll start to walk around and deplete. That's it. I am using BizHawk. We'll talk about this later, but basically this is exactly what the Lamp of Darkness does. Resets your encounter rate, so that's why you see us use it throughout the run. But we can talk about that later. Alright, let's go back to the video. So in this situation, I think I get into a fight here. But basically what happens is that if I walk this far, so let's just say, just to feed off the example that I was just telling you about, I'm pretty far away from getting to the destination that I need to go to, okay? And I have to walk through a bunch of mountains, so that's a problem, right? Basically, if I were to make it all the way to that step, 2 steps above the shrine there on the bottom right, I would go into the shrine because it's 1-2 steps to get into the shrine, or it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps, or no, it's 4 steps to get into the area that I'm trying to go to. So you have to be sensitive to how far away your destination is versus what options you have to be able to reset the encounter rate. So in this situation, I got into a fight. I'm going to try to run away from the fight. I do. And now my encounter reset is reset to a normal starting value. There's no point of me going to that shrine anymore because I already reset my encounter rate by getting into an encounter. So we go up here and we're in. Okay, cool. We're getting through this. Really, just run from everything. There's nothing really interesting here. There's so few scenarios in this cave that you should run or you should fight something that it's almost never worth it. If you played this game and just ran from every fight in here, you would not be doing anything wrong. That is a really bad encounter, by the way. I just quickly, basically, these are the 2 worst enemies. The enemies on the right, some enemies in this game have the AI loop in which they will attack all of the same party member. So if you got hit by the anteaters on the right, they would attack a certain party member, and then any other anteater would attack the same party member, which early on in the game is really nasty. The dudes on the left, the All Mirages, can put you to sleep, and sleep is, as we'll talk about many times throughout the run, is by far the most devastating status effect in this game. Okay, so nothing really interesting in this part of the game. You could just follow the video if you wanted to. Let's swap up the music. Why don't we do that? So let me scroll my notes a little bit. Got some nighttime music. Alright, nothing super interesting here. Let's keep going. So yeah, to get through this, you just run from anything, run from everything. These guys are dangerous, they can kill you. You just run. This is the worst fight. I can't believe this is my PB, holy moly. If I didn't run this next battle, that would have been a reset. This is a really nasty cave. Yikes. Anyways, yep. Come to Romley. Alright, so let's talk about Romley. Romley, you take the inn, and then you decide whether or not you want to get the gear. In my opinion, pretty much everybody should get the gear, unless you're going for a super fast time. What you do is you come to this priest, revive any characters that died, and then there's 2 pieces of oh, I see. I did not even get the gear. Ha! Maybe you should learn from my example. Anyways, I am going to say that you should get the gear. Because let's swap over to Emu. Not following my own notes. I was pissed off on my PB run that I wasted time reviving my characters because 2 of them died that I just foregone the quote-unquote safety gear. Anyways, basically what you do is you come, and this is in the notes, you can follow this. You come here, you get a hardness rock, you come here, you get a book, you sell both of them, and then you can afford these 2 sets of armor, which are... You get the book... I'm sorry, the bronze shield. Leather armor. So, what you're doing now is just buying the base amount of gear to give you the highest chance to get through the pyramid, okay? So you buy the bronze shield for the hero... I'm sorry, bronze shield for the warrior, and the leather armor for the thief, okay? So this is probably best in the video too. Basically what we're doing now is the pyramid walk. So pyramid walk, run from everything. There's nothing really interesting or sophisticated about this part of the game. You'll find when you start running this game that like some stuff treats you nicely and other stuff is nasty, but at the end of the day there really isn't much strategy. I will say that once a character dies, swap gear when character dies. So when a character dies, you have to assess which one died, and then if they have good gear, you can give it to another character to help their defenses out. It's anything you can do to survive getting through the pyramid walk. That's what you do in the run. So we're just... First stop is Baharata. Let's get through this. So I got a character dead. Actually, let me see if I swapped any gear. I don't think I did. Nope. Really, I mean, like, your goal is basically to just survive as long as you can. You bought herbs before, you'll be able to use them to keep your characters alive, but basically you just run from everything. This is by far, like, one of the worst parts of the game. You just have to suck it up, hope you have good run luck, and get away. Okay? So we get through this, got to town. You come here for poison moth powder, come up here and sell it. You buy a fur hood for your thief, and then you revive any dead characters, and then you go along, okay? You can follow the route if you wanted to do that. Again, the whole purpose of this stream in this, like, quote-unquote class is to talk about sensitivities of stuff that's not easily identifiable. I'm just going to say here that the pyramid is a very basic part of the game in that you just need to walk and survive. I will say that character order matters a lot, and again, swapping gear from characters when they die is very important. That was a very, very far walk. I guess something, well, it's not even important, but basically when you're walking through this area, the encounters are quite dangerous until you reach this tile. After this tile, the encounters, they change and they get a little bit easier. And I say easier, some of the enemies are technically more damaging, but they have other spells or skills in their AI loop that on a percentage basis, they'll hit you less often. So, this isn't the best example. Cats are a little weird because the cat flies will cast Mahoton or stop spell on you turn 1, but then you can get away. Alright, let's keep going. So pyramid walk, nothing really interesting. You just have to run from everything. That's all you gotta do. Keep your HP high. Get through here. Listen to the Great Pyramid track. This is a nasty fight. Well, we're not really reviewing my PB to review my PB. There's already a video on that. Holy crap, though. That was really lucky that I got away. Anyways. You almost... I shouldn't say almost. I would say probably 90% of the time you don't get into a fight on the first floor. In all of my speedrunning of this game, I've gotten into a fight on this floor exactly once. And then you get up to here. This is the final floor that you need to actually do anything. This is where most runs die. You need to get through, usually on average, about 2 fights on this floor. And these are probably the worst fights to try to run from too, so it's just a really nasty floor. You need to do the puzzle. Again, there's nothing really interesting going on, you just need to try to run away and keep your characters alive. It is critically important to keep your characters at max HP after every battle, even if they take like 6 damage. Alright, so that was a really, really far walk on the first try, so this is a really nice battle. Even if people die, might get away. This is looking rough. Alright, got away. Alright, so let's take a look. So I'm going to heal my party. So here, this is exactly what I was talking about, okay? So, one sec, pyramid. So heal your party. So this is the swapping of gear when a character dies. Some people may not pick up on this when they watch some speedrunners do it, because not every speedrunner does it, because not every character dies. But this is a very important concept. Thief died. I bought pretty decent gear for the thief, okay? So the bottom of her inventory is a fur hood. She's dead. She's not using that fur hood anymore. It's as long as she is dead, she's not reaping the benefits of it, okay? I just want to make that very clear. So what should you do? You should give it to a character that's alive so that they reap the benefits of it while they're alive and increase their chances of being alive. So what I do is I take the fur hood and you give it to the mage, and now the mage has 10 plus defense. For a character, the thief, who's not going to use it anymore because she's dead, okay? So I know that's like beating a dead horse, but like, that's such an important concept that you're just trying to make it through this area by running from battles. So you should do everything in your power to get away, okay? So we talked about encounter resets before. That's exactly what we're doing with that staircase there. Counter reset, in and out, boom. Get the magic key, 1930. It's not the best time, but that's what my PB had to offer. Okay, stamina seed. And we're going. So let's just get through this. Again, there really isn't anything super interesting here. Third stop. You just have to make it all the way to Isis. You have to make it on a specific day-night cycle to be able to actually get down here. This battle is kind of rough. My run almost ended here. I'm actually surprised it didn't. That was a nice low damage roll. We're getting through. So you can see here I do an encounter reset right here. And then we're back. Alright, Isis. Again, I don't need to... I'm just going to keep reiterating this. Get bulk here. Like, I guess we'll just talk about what's in the vault quickly. Okay, so this is a wisdom seed. This is a ruby bracelet. We're going to sell that for a lot of money. Silk robe, we're going to put that on the mage. It's a pretty decent piece of equipment. We got 72 gold. Come here. We got a hero's armband, which is plus 15 strength, which is great. It's a great piece of equipment. That was a life nut, which increases your max HP, and that's 80 gold. Okay, come up here. We get a prayer ring, and then we're off. We warp to Isis. It's daytime. We're going to go to town. Okay. Buy goods. Lots of items. Why don't we do this? Yeah. So let's talk about this real quick. Why don't we do sell goods, not ruby bracelet. Okay. So you come here and you're gonna sell. You need about 7,000 gold. Follow the route notes. It's not a problem. What you do need to consider is that it may seem more efficient to sell everything in your inventory, because you have a whole bunch of purchases both here and in another town that you need to go to, and you have to buy from both towns. So it conceptually makes the most sense to just sell everything and then buy everything. The problem being is that you can have a wipe out of your entire party on the way to Portoga that we'll talk about in a second. So it is in your best interest to sell only what you need to buy stuff while you're in Isis, and then when you get to Portoga, you'll sell something again. So that's what we're gonna do. Basically here you sell off your character's gear. Again, remember the concept of shifting characters' gears around during the pyramid. Like, if that happens, obviously your characters are going to have slightly different equipment, but at the end of the day, very soon everybody's equipment is going to be like overwritten with all the starting stuff that they started out with, so it's not a huge deal. Basically, you go into the hero's inventory, you sell the ruby bracelet. Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't have the best video to demonstrate this with. Basically, I'll show you the point in which you can wipe out. in this PB, and some other runners do this too, I chose to just sell everything for the menu efficiency, because if I died along the way to Portoga and I got a party wipe, I wasn't going to take this run anyways. That's the kind of like mentality I was having when I was going for sub 3 in this game. It was just like, if this run dies because something bad happens, it's dead and it's just not coming back. So, yeah, just keep it in mind that I'm selling off everything. But, in general, you should probably not sell off the ruby bracelet just yet. Anyways, come here, we're gonna buy some goods. Basically, you buy iron armor, you buy iron shield, you buy iron helmet, and you're giving your hero and your warrior a whole bunch of good equipment. So they're gonna be very tanky for being a level 2. Okay? Again, if you want to follow the notes, you can do that. So buy goods, steel armor set, lots of items, lots of herbs. So herbs, you need a lot of herbs to be able to survive pretty much through the next 45 minutes of the game. You don't have a healer on your team. Alright, and then you buy 4 antidotes, you buy 4 holy waters. The 4 antidotes are basically so that you can survive getting through Kandar's tower, or Champagne Tower, through Kandar 1, because some enemies can poison you along the way. And you need the holy waters for set specific points throughout the game, which you only need 3. You buy 1 for extra. And here I'm buying 36 Chimera wings, and they go straight to the bag. Okay? Revive characters here, you just need everybody alive. Alright. Get an agility seed here, go down the well, and then here, this is the Courage times 100 book. You use this on a character, it changes their personality, and it changes their personality to, I think we said this before, Fearless, right? So Fearless gives you both agility and stamina boosts. So Fearless gives you 120 agility, 115 stamina. So that is perfect for our thief. So quickly use this. I will quickly use this on the thief. Go to Elihan and get Vault. Elihan. So yeah, we'll use that in a second. Again, I'm trying to cut down on all the menus I use, so I'm trying to batch every menu usage. Quickly, I just got the Rune Staff. Just wait for it. So Rune Staff is going to sell for 5,100 gold, which is really nice, but it also is a great weapon for the mage in the mean term. It gets 40 plus attack on the mage, which is the best piece of... It's the single best piece of equipment that we have for attack power at this point in the game, but only the mage can equip it, obviously, because it's the staff. Alright, Strength Seed. Strength Seeds are great. Agility Seed, boost agility. 128 gold, 336 gold, and a Hero's Armband. I'm sorry. Just to be clear, when I was back here, I said I got a Hero's Armband. I was incorrect. That's just a golden tiara, which is nice, but we sell that straight for cash money. Cash money only. This, however, is a Hero's Armband, and the Hero's Armband is plus 15 attack power. It is very efficient and powerful on your thief and your hero. Your hero will use it throughout the entirety of the game, the thief will use it early on in the game. Vault. Okay. So you do a menu here, basically Wisdom Seed on the hero, Silk Robe on the mage, Rune Staff on the mage, you can see the stat gains, Hero's Armband on the thief, equip, plus 15 attack, use Agility Seed on the hero, use Strength Seed on the hero, use the Courage times 100 book on the thief to alter her personality to Fearless personality, and then we're off. In general, let's talk about seed usage. In general, early game, use seeds on hero. So the reason being is that using the strength seeds and the agility seeds on the hero early on will give you a nice boost to both your survivability with your innate defense and your strength power to be able to clear out Kandar's henchmen specifically. So getting a few more strength points allows your hero and your mage together to have the potential to kill Kandar's henchmen in one turn rather than two. So we'll talk about that in a minute. Just keep it in mind that you use some C's on the hero, spare some HP nuts. We'll just say that for late game. Alright, Meteorite Armband. This is probably the best accessory in the game. Probably just, speedrun or not, it's probably just the best accessory. It just doubles your agility. Whatever your agility is, times 2. It's incredibly powerful, and it's kind of crazy the game gives it to you this early, but it's very, very, very nice. Okay. So here, just to give you some context, even though I'm level 1, level 2, level 2, level 2, and it's fairly fragile, you would think, I just gave the hero and the warrior a whole bunch of steel armor, steel shields, steel helmet. So they're pretty strong. They won't take much damage from non-magic attacks. The mage also just got a silk robe, so she's pretty good too. Okay. Run away from battle, nothing really interesting here. Okay, so let's talk about this quickly. I'm on my way to Portoga, okay? So I need to be able to make it to Portoga. So if you remember in the context, to Portoga. So this is encounter reset, but this one is like a little bit different in the concept, okay? So what's going on with this one is that, actually let's just do it. If I come, oh sorry. So if I come over here and I'm going to, yeah, Portoga's fine. So I'm gonna walk up there, I'm gonna get into a fight. Just to give you context as to what happens here, I think this is important. Okay. So I'm not gonna use Shinobi feat, so I'm not gonna decrease my encounter rate by any means. I'm just gonna. This is the same situation as what you're seeing in this video here. Okay. So what's happening is that my encounter counter that you see at the top there, it's set to like 6912 or whatever, or 747 or 7424. At this point in the game, there is no way that I'm able to actually make it to Portoga. There is no encounter counter that will be high enough to accommodate me walking all the way down here, okay? It's just not gonna happen. So what that means for me is that it is in my best interest to take a fight right on this little tile path here, okay? So I'll just give you some context. So the enemies that I can fight here, let's see, I got these enemies, which are, you'll see in a little bit, they're fairly non-consequential. I get these enemies, again, it's the same pool of enemies, but if I go here, I get a different set of enemies. And specifically, these set of enemies are way, especially these guys, both the left and the right, are way, 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 way more damaging. They're like, by far, they can definitely just end your run, especially those dudes on the left. They can just cast Infernos on you and destroy your party. So, the idea is that if I'm not going to be able to make it to Portoga by walking, what I should do is take an encounter reset in an area in which it's the last possible step before I get into a dangerous area. So I do that here. I take this battle and I just run away from it right away. And it's not guaranteed that I'm going to be able to walk to Portoga now. Actually, I'm not sure I would be able to right now. But the point is that this is my best chance to get the encounter reset as high as possible. And then I'm going to go down. And I'm going to do my best to make it. I'm not going to make this one, which sucks. But I did everything in my best power to be able to make that walk. And that's what you do here. So that's the reason why, when you're looking at this video, come over here. I take this fight, try to run away, fails a bunch of times. I decided to put the fur hood back on the thief. Try to equalize my defense, and then I'm just walking. I'm hoping for the best, okay? Not sure I get into a fight here. I did. Alright, this fight... Oh, I got an ambush too. Yikes. I wasn't scared of these rogue knights until I got critical at RPG Limit Break, and they caused me to restart the Kandar 1 tower. Anyways, so we made it to Portoga. So that's the idea. It's that counter reset in less dangerous area. Okay, so we're in Portoga. Let's talk about what goes on at this weapon shop. So this is what I was saying before. The ruby bracelet sells for about 7,500. I don't remember the exact amount. Actually, alright, so this is 2801. Let's just find out. 7350, okay? So 7350. So what I was saying before was that imagine I didn't sell the ruby bracelet, right? I would have around 400 gold right now. And then I would just sell it here and I'd have 7,700 gold. Okay, so the menuing is slightly less efficient if you do that. You would have to open the menu for selling twice. But the benefit is that if I died, say I died to this encounter, it would put me back in Eliahan, and I would have to basically just do the walk again. But it would mean that I didn't lose half of 7715. I only would lose half of 400 gold, which would be 200 gold. So if you're in like a no reset run scenario, you should wait until you get to Portoga to sell the ruby bracelet. However, if you're just going for speedrun attempts and you're not going to take a run that wipes anywhere, then it doesn't matter where you sell it, because it's just an efficiency thing. So that's just the reason why I didn't sell I sold the ruby bracelet before coming here. Anyways, so I come here, you buy steel sword, 2 steel whips. Steel whips are really good for spreading damage among multiple enemies. Come here, you sort your bag. And you're giving, so what you do, so you sort, sorry, you actually just sort items. So when you sort items, basically it just clears out all the items in your character's inventories, right? Pretty simple. But the reason that you do it right here is that you want to give 9 herbs to your thief and your mage. And what that does is just, it clears out all items that were in their inventories and moves it to the bag. And now you have the maximum amount of slots to put herbs in their battle inventories with it, right? Pretty simple concept. Okay. Let's keep going. I think things will move relatively quickly from here. There was a lot of like baseline questions that I had to get through, or concepts I had to get through. But yeah, I mean, you can basically just follow the route from here. Come over here. You grab, let's see what this is. This is the stop spell wand, the Mafuji wand. You get a stamina seed, and you get a anchor tattoo. So I'm going to use the stamina seed on the hero and heal the party up because they just got owned by barriers, and then we're off. Okay. So now, just to give you some context, we're on our way to so we're on our way to give herbs to mage thief. Okay. So we're on our way to Champagne Tower. To Kazav. Champagne. What's up, Warble? I hope so. So, to give you some context, we're on our way to fight Kandar 1, and we need to get to levels 4, 5, 6, 5. So, naturally, along the way, we're going to have to level up. And this is one of the more... This is where, like, the game, in my opinion, like, starts, and that you need to start actually fighting battles and weighing whether or not you should fight certain battles versus you should run away from certain battles. So let's go into the emulator, and I'm just gonna show you what some battles look like in this area. And basically, there's certain reasons why you should fight them versus reasons that you shouldn't fight them. So let's do 2 Champagne. Perfect. So this is exactly where I want to be. Okay, so this is where I was in that video that you're just looking at, and let's just walk through where we are. So my levels are a little higher here, 2, level 3, that's fine. But the point is that I've got the same setup. My hero's got a whip, my warrior's got a sword, my thief's got a whip, and has the hero's armband, which is plus 15 attack power. And then the mage has the rune staff, which is 40 strength. I'm sorry, it's 42 attack power equipped. So just put this in context. The mage has 42 attack power. The warrior with a steel sword has 48. So they're roughly the same. The warrior's a little stronger, but like comparatively, they're pretty much the same. Thief and hero will do more damage, especially the thief, because she has the hero's armband on now. So just keep in mind that like your mage is an attacker too. Sometimes she could be a spellcaster, but like she's doing decent physical damage because of the rune staff. Okay, so let's just go through a few battles in this area, and we'll talk about sort of what are encounters to fight versus which ones are to run from. So assess which to fight. This is really important during this part of the game, okay? So, this is a fight, hands down, that you would just run from. There's a few reasons. One, you need to think about how much experience you want to get from each one of these fights, and you have to think about how long it's going to take you to get that experience. So, in general, if it's like the ratio between experience you're going to get on the left side and how long it's going to take you on the right side, and if you, I don't know, come up with a ratio between them, there's certain fights that are just not worth the ratio. This is a picture-perfect battle that you should not fight, hands down. Reason 1, there are 3 groups of enemies, okay? So I get the most efficiency out of my hero and my thief using steel whips when there's only 1 group of enemy. Why? Because the steel whip will hit all of them, and it's the most efficient to have 1 group of enemies, so I just clear out all the enemies with the 2 whip users. This, however, has 3 groups of enemies, which means that I need to split up attacks between my thief and my hero, my whip users, among the entirety of the battle. Which is really unfortunate. So why don't we... We're gonna do this. Do this. So, hero, warrior... just so people are aware of what's going on. Okay, so these are the characters we're dealing with. So again, I'm saying that the hero and the thief, the first and third character, they have whips in their party. I'm sorry, in their inventory. So, yeah, in general, if there's more than 2 types of enemies, it's just going to be a really slow battle. So that's point number 1. There's just 3 types of enemies. Point number 2. These enemies give crap EXP. And I say crap, but it's really just comparatively. Basically, for where you are at in the game, if you take a look at the bestiary over here, these aren't the best Google Translates, and hopefully you can see this, but yeah, you just have to, I mean, a lot of this is just sort of getting experience with the game, but you have to take a look at how much experience you get from certain enemies versus how much they give you. So, caterpillars, they give 35, and that's what we're looking at here. These are caterpillars on the left, so they give 35, okay? Then we take a look at, what is it, Almirage? Magician. So magicians give 20 EXP, which is crap. Almirage. Oh, it gets... that's hilarious. It gets translated as Anteater, but it's not. They give 14 EXP, okay? So, keep in mind, and we'll go through some of the other enemies here. So, I've got 14 20 and 35, I think. The caterpillar, right? That's like complete crap. 35 is maybe okay, but the problem with the caterpillars is that they have 50 HP. And just like watch how long it would take me if everybody attacks the caterpillars. 27 damage, okay? Pretty, not terrible. They can cast increase on themselves, which is what they just did. And now, so that left one did die. But it took my entire party, 3 out of 4 party members, to kill them. And that was 2 whip users. We're still here. Okay? This is a problem. So let's go back. Let's just take a look at some of the other enemies in this area. This is a picture-perfect good fight to fight. Why is this? Because this is one group of enemies, which means that both of my whip users, the first and third characters, can all clear out one group of enemies. These enemies give pretty decent EXP comparatively, so if we take a look at Poison Toad, 20 EXP for 25 HP, which means that I'm willing to bet you that every character attacking is going to both kill them before they get a chance to attack, and is going to end the battle in one turn. Okay, so that's it. One very, very fast fight. What's up, Countdown? Okay, so let's just drill a few more. I'll see what they look like. Bad fight. We already went over that specific one. So this is a fight. This one's kind of interesting. This one gives, I mean, obviously not great EXP, but given the context that you can probably fight this in one battle, you can opt to just fight this. The problem is that these guys actually do have quite a bit of HP, so you can get into this scenario in which they summon an ally and you're here for 3 turns and you just wasted like 30 seconds for basically not good EXP. So, in my opinion, you should run away from that battle. 2 caterpillars. So this is a battle where I would probably tell you to fight it, because even though these guys don't give the best EXP, it's not bad EXP, and you can probably end it in 2 turns. And you won't put up with that many attack animations. So like this caterpillar's dead now. Yeah. And that was after double increase, which is not something they always do. This is a battle, I mean, you could probably just fight this. It's not great. Those dudes on the right give horrible EXP, but basically in context, like way EXP versus how many turns and how much HP. And then also, like, basically, can you beat it in 1 turn? If yes, do so. So, like, in the fight that we just fought, like, that was a 1-turn fight. I'm so sorry, Countdown. Like this should be 1 or maybe 2 fights. So this is 1 turn because they didn't get a chance to cast increase. So I would tell you to fight that battle. Okay. So let's keep going. Mage. This is a interesting fight because, as we talked about before, the mage gives awful EXP. However, this concept right here, can you beat it in 1 turn? Yes, just do so. These guys will definitely melt in 1 turn. Like, there is no question, unless your whip users miss everywhere, you're going to fight that in 1 turn, and you should just do it. Because the cost of you failing to run away will be bad. I guess we didn't talk about this. So, this is a pretty important concept, and maybe we should have talked about it in the pyramid, but let's just do it now. Run rates. First try. 25%. Second, 50%. Third, 75%. Fourth. Why would I do that? Fourth, 100%. Okay, so it's very basic. Essentially, if you try to run away in turn 1, you have a 25% success rate. Failed. Go to turn 2, 50%. Go to turn 3, 75%. Fourth, 100%. Okay, so that's all, like, that's a very basic concept, but in the context of trying to decide which battles you should do versus which ones you shouldn't do, like take this fight for instance. These guys give pretty decent EXP. I can beat this in one turn, okay? But if I couldn't beat this in one turn, I'd have to really assess whether or not it's worth it to run away versus the time it takes to just clear this battle, okay? So, admittedly, I probably should have a counter up for this, but I guess you can just watch the frame counter, maybe, okay? So, let's say that we start this around the 400 mark, okay? So around 400 frames, if I just go through and I beat this, I can probably beat this in 2 turns, maybe 1. Actually, this might be 1. Cool. 1 turn, I don't know. It took like 900 frames or so. Okay, so there, I was able to run away first try. But if you aren't able to run away first try, you can run into a situation just like this, and that it took you, say, so that was like 600 frames, and I didn't get any EXP for it. Or I could have done 700 frames and gotten EXP for it. Or I can run away first try and not lose comparatively or relatively any frames for it. So all what I'm trying to say is that the basic concept of like, can you beat a battle quickly? If yes, and you can do it in 1 turn, you should just do it. If you can't, if the EXP is garbage, then just run away. It's not worth your time. But if you can fight it, then you probably should. Okay, so this is something that I want to just convey, that you need to get used to which fights you should fight versus which ones you shouldn't. I mean, the concept of like, can you beat it in 1 turn? If yes, do so, is 100% true. Just like that is like number 1 tip. Let's just say that. But it's gonna take anybody who runs this game a little while to get used to how much EXP and how many fights do you need to actually get into to get to the levels you need for Kandar 1. I will just say that for Kandar 1, if you fought everything along the way, you would probably get to like maybe 1 level higher than what you need to. So you need to fight most everything. It's just in this early area, the EXP is crap for the most part. So if you need to run away from a battle that's like 3 types of enemies, then you should. Okay? We could probably just go back to the video for this. Let's just take a look at my decision making quickly. So here, this fight, probably run away. No, I fight. Oh, sorry, I fight. This is one. We did this fight. So it's just 1 group of enemies. I need the levels. I'll just clear it out. We'll see how many turns it takes. This looks like 1 turn. Warrior. Yeah, cool. So that was 1 turn, 21 EXP. I get some levels. Cool. Continuing. Got a nice encounter reset there. So this is a bad fight. Let's see what I do. I run away. That's the right choice because they give garbage EXP, the dudes on the right especially, and it would take me at least 2, maybe 3 turns to fight. 2 steps later, I got into a fight. I run away from that too because the army crabs have very high defense for this point in the game. Okay. So I'm on PB, or I'm just trying to get a PB. So you can stop in this town to get a fur hood in the top right, but I'm trying to go fast in my PB, so I don't do that. That's just a safety consideration you can take when you are picking up this game. Here, I start to fight this battle, or start to take this type of battle, even though I don't really want to, because I want to make sure that I have enough EXP going into Kandar. And that was a really low damage roll on the warrior on the left, so unfortunately the zombie dogs survived, but it should still be 2 turns. Alright, so 2 turns isn't bad. It's not bad. Again, I'm trying to get my levels up. I'm getting into a lot of fights here. What was that fight? Hello? Right here. This is a garbage fight. Never fight that. Basically, 3+ groups. Let's add that. 3+ groups. Run away. Do worms have high AGL? I don't believe they do. Pretty sure it's not good. So, just caterpillars. Yeah, AGI is 12. I mean, comparatively, it's not terrible, but it's generally lower than your party. Fastest enemies in this area would be, I guess, the toads? Yeah, toads. Killer bees aren't here. The German caterpillars, they show up in the tower. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is what I was saying before. I ran away from crabs earlier on, but now that I'm slightly higher level, I'll fight them because I can probably pierce at least 2 of theirs defense in time. These guys don't have much HP, but if you can't dish out enough physical damage, you just won't be able to kill them. And that was good. Yes, that's the right call. So, oops, again, I'm trying to get my... Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to get these characters up to 3. No, actually, I don't know what I do. Safety is 4, 5, 6, 5, and that's like the max you would ever need, in my opinion, for Kandar 1. You can definitely roll 3, 4, 5, 4. I'm not sure what I do in this PV. Okay. Anyways, we're getting through this. Let's get to Champagne Tower. Champagne Tower. Tower. Goal. Level 4, 5, 6, 5. So let's just talk about this quickly. The reason that you want to get to those levels with your characters is that you want your mage to have the opportunity to learn 2 spells. Increase. Let's see. Level goal. So... Level goal. Mage. Level 4. 50% chance to learn upper. Level 5. 50% chance to learn Ice Bolt. Hiato. Sukara. Okay, so let's talk about leveling up real quick. And, I'm sorry, let's talk about spells. They're a bitch. Okay, so spells, there's 2 pools of spells in the game, and sadly I don't have a chart to categorize them nicely, but basically there's 2 pools of spells in the game. There's one pool of spells in which, when your character hits a certain level, one pool. Character will hit a certain level, and you will gain the spell 100% based on level. There exists another pool. Character will roll 50% chance every level up to get a spell. This will continue infinitely, okay? So what happens? So yeah, just to give you context, like my mage at level 4 has a 50% chance to learn Sukara, upper spell. It's a good spell, it's useful. If she doesn't learn it at level 4, she's going to roll it at level 5. If she doesn't learn it at level 5, she'll roll it at level 6. It's just 50% at every level. You could technically go the entirety of the game and your mage will never learn upper. That possibility exists. So there's a lot of spells in this game, specifically one later that we'll talk about, the By-Kill spell, that they're all 50% chances of success, okay? So, when I'm going through this dungeon, I want my mage, which is the mage. I guess I'll do this. Hero, warrior, thief. Let's just say max level goal, okay? So, what happens is that you want your mage to have a chance of learning both of these spells. And if you get one of the 2, it's usually good enough for you to be able to survive Kandar 1 without too much problems. It's either you get an attack spell to make the battle go quicker, or you get a safety spell, the upper spell, to be able to boost your defense so you'll survive more often. So it's just one of the two options, basically. Okay. So, in general, fights same as prior section. Assess what you need to level up to above goals. So, quickly, I mean, this was a fight that was basically within the context of what we were talking about before. It's one group of enemies. I'm gonna definitely beat it in one turn. Killer bees. Alright, I guess, let's see. Let's find out which one it is on here. Might be Death Flutter. Wait, let me see. No, it's not. Let me get the con on. Yeah, it's Killer Bee. Yeah, here. They give 26 EXP. They have 25 HP, and their defense sucks. 15. Well, yeah, 15's about average. Basically, they get very good EXP for how free they are. So, you will definitely be dealing enough damage. I mean, just look at this. The hero, let's just see. Hero did 32 damage to the first one. They've got 25 HP. So, or they have max 25 HP. So, like, this one had 23 HP. If you're not familiar, Dragon Quest has random enemy HPs. Bosses are not random, but regular enemies are. So, that one had a low HP roll. It died. And then I was dead in 2 hits. So, good. So, let's see. Perfect example. This is the mage reaching level 4. I have my 50% chance of learning Sukara upper. Let's see. I didn't get it, okay? I didn't get it, which means that I especially want my mage to get to level 5 now, because I want to have both the opportunity to learn Ice Bolt and to learn upper at level 5. 50% chance of both, okay? So if I get one of the two, it's going to make the Kandar fight go a lot better. You can definitely survive without one of the two, but it certainly makes it a lot nicer if one of the two happens, okay? So I'm going through here. This is a good fight to fight because there's only one group of enemies. Let's see what I do. Yep, you just fight it. One group of enemies. These guys are Bat Your Toko. They give 29 EXP, 28 HP. So they're slightly more valuable and more beefy versions of the Killer Bee that we got before. But again, one turn, very simple to get through. Okay. Turn this off for a bit. Let's switch up the music. Let's take a break. The classic. Alright. Let's go along, trying to get to my level goals. So, this is just a fun fact. These enemies, they look like similar to the caterpillars that we were fighting before. They're obviously a different color palette. But what's interesting about these is that the caterpillars before had 50 HP. Okay? The ones right here, Germany caterpillars, have 35 HP and give better EXP. They can poison you. For whatever reason, Doku in Japanese gets translated as Germany, which is hilarious to me. But Doku means poison. So these are poison caterpillars, not Germany caterpillars. Anyways, they typically go down in 2 hits from your whip users. So. Alright, so we're going along, we're fighting some more Germany caterpillars. Maybe. I was not able to get to level 4. I'm sorry, level 5 with my mage, so I don't have any spells for Kandar 1. Alright, Kandar 1. Our first real boss fight. Well, actually, our first boss fight, just period. Okay? So, step 1. Assess what your mage has. No spells. play very safe turn 1. Well, actually, let's just talk about Kandar 1 quickly before we get into the strategy. I do want to talk about this real quickly, though. Sorry, I keep backtracking. These are all important points for Kandar. So within the route notes, you'll see stuff that's like swap bracelets. What does swap bracelets mean? Okay, so all non-boss battles. Sorry, I don't want to say all. Non-boss battles, first half of the game. I'm going to make this its own section. Non-boss battles, first half of the game. Hero has Meteorite Armband. Thief has Hero Armband. I'll talk about why in a second. Battles. First half. Hero has Hero Armband. Thief has Hero Armband. So what's going on here? When you're not in a boss battle, generally you want to clear out as many enemies as possible, which means that you want to generally just equalize your character's strength so that your thief and your hero deal generally the same amount of damage so that you can get the most benefit out of clearing out enemies. So, for instance, say I have 2 groups of enemies. I want one spread all attack on one group enemy, want one spread all attack on another group of enemy. If I go with this setup in which the thief has the hero's armband, thief will get an attack boost and they'll both deal about the same amount of damage, okay? The hero having the meteorite armband gives him just the boost that he needs to be able to basically not go last every turn, because his agility is pretty crappy, especially with his personality. Okay? So that's outside of boss battle. You swap armbands before a boss battle because your thief generally turns into a healer and has to use herbs to keep characters alive. And because of that, you need her to have both the you just need her to have the meteorite armband so that her agility gets doubled. She's a thief, she's fast already. You give her the meteorite armband, like 98% of the time she will go first. So it is the most reliable character to go first if you give her the meteorite armband. She's going to be healing characters. You want her going first so that basically people don't die, okay? The hero benefits because the hero is going to not play the role of a healer, and he's going to be the highest strength damage dealer. So within a boss fight, it is in his best interest to have the hero's armband on, okay? So the concept of swapping bracelets just means like before and after boss fights, you want to swap back and forth so that you get the most benefit out of who's got what piece of accessory, okay? Okay. Kandar 1. So let's take a look at Kandar 1. Our first real boss battle. Alright, so Kandar 1. Let's take a look at his stats. Let's just do the whole gamut. Spreadsheets. I think he's somewhere down here. Where are you at, Kandar? Kendata. Kendata, that's right. Kandar 1, 300 HP. Attack is 70. Defense 54. Agility is 10. He is slow. He is strong. He's beefy. 300 HP is not a lot of HP though, okay? And his henchmen have 60 HP in this fight. So, let's just talk about this. Back to the video. What do we do? Kandar. Greater HP. Some of this. Perfect. Okay? This highly, highly advanced visual to give you context as to what I just told you out loud. Okay? Out loud. So, here's how Kandar works. Basically, Concept 1, clear the henchmen. Concept 2, all of these enemies, all of them, have a specific AI loop. AI loop, 25% each character. So, I guess something that some people don't know about in Dragon Quest, and I didn't growing up, I had no idea, I just never noticed it, maybe because I was an idiot, but I'm not saying anybody's an idiot, I'm just saying that I was definitely an idiot when I was a kid, was that the first character in your party has a much higher chance of getting hit by a physical than any other character, okay? And it generally decreases as you go along. So in this scenario, my hero is first, he has the highest chance of getting hit by something, a physical attack. AI loop, I'm sorry, not AI loop, what? Warrior is second, he's got the second most highest chance. I don't know the statistics, and this is something I actually would like to build a script to be able to generate what the results are. But my rough estimation would be that the first two characters will get hit by physical attacks together combined about 75% of the time. I would say that the first character probably gets hit like 40%, and the second character is like 30%. So with some upwards averaging somewhere around 75%. Okay, so it is much more likely that your first two characters will get hit than your last two characters. Especially your mage. In most situations, your mage will get usually hit very infrequently. And I say mage, but really it's the fourth party member slot. We'll talk about that during the Zoma fight, why your sage shouldn't get hit, but tends to always does get hit when it's the worst time. Okay, so the concept here is that we want to clear out the henchmen, but we need to play it safe. And what concept number 2 is saying is that the AI loop for certain characters in the game ignores that waterfall cascading first ally taking more hits than the last enemy. There are certain enemies in the game, of which there are very few, but some of them do, and that each character on my team has a 25% chance equally of getting hit. This is one of those battles. Both of these enemies will hit any character 25% of the time. This is really bad news for your mage and somewhat for your thief. But for your mage, like, she is extremely vulnerable and she could die easily. If she gets hit by 2 enemies at all, she's probably dead. She might survive 2 henchmen, but if she gets hit by Kandar and some henchmen, she's dead. Like, no questions asked. Kandar will do like 25 to 30 damage to her. It's not pretty, okay? So, concept 3. Keep mage alive. This is important because need spell usage during fight, but she really needs the EXP from this fight. That's like number 1. Concept 3, number 1. She needs the EXP because she's gonna get a whole bunch of spells and levels, and if like she dies here, you can certainly keep going. And I'm not even sure. I think in this fight, let's just find out. I think she dies. No, she didn't. Okay, she didn't die. I've definitely had PBs where she died. It's a time loss for sure, but anyways. Okay, so let's... I think that's generally the concept. It's basically, you want to clear the henchmen first. You need to be conscious that every character can get hit, and overarching, you really need to keep the mage alive. Okay? So let's go here. Step 1. You need to assess what your mage has. If you have no spells, when we're talking about the 40%, 50% learning chance up here, it means that your mage is really fragile. Okay? So, she doesn't have spells, she can't help kill enemies quicker, and she will take maximum damage because she doesn't have any upper or defense boosting spells to upper anybody, including herself. So I'm kind of curious what I did in my PB here. One sec. What did I do? I think I played it risky, honestly. Okay, I did play it risky. Yeah, I wasn't on the best run. Oh god, got hit right away. Yeah, so if Kandar hit the mage, she probably would have died. Anyways, generally you should defend. All 3 others will hit 1 enemy. So did 1 die? Yeah, okay. So let's just look at the damage rolls that occur here, okay? So Thief. Thief does not have the hero's armband on anymore in this fight. She has the meteorite armband, which is why she went first. 15 damage, okay? Remember, Henchman has 60 HP. So the Thief is going to do between, like, yeah, somewhere around 15 damage. The Warrior is going to do somewhere around 20 damage. So together, that's around the realm of 35 damage, okay? The Mage only does, it's usually less than 15. So if you put the Mage, the Warrior, and the Thief together, they won't kill an enemy. It would be somewhere around 45 to 50 HP. However, the Hero will do around between like 25 to 30 damage. And this is why, I said this before, but the strength seeds that you get early on in the game are so important for the hero because of the henchman fight. If your damage rolls are good enough, you can almost always clear out clear out 1 enemy with 3 attacks, like I just did here. Let me see if I have a save state. For Kandar. No, that's a different one. Okay, that's fine. So something to just consider is that if you have Ice Bolt, Ice Bolt is a spell that'll do around 25 to 35, somewhere in that large range of damage. So if you have the Mage and the Hero together use Ice Bolt and attack, they can almost always kill an enemy too. So consider that. Instead of taking 3 physical attacks to kill a henchman, you can have the Hero and the Mage use Ice Bolt, and that should kill a henchman too. And that means you have more damage with your other 2 characters, the second and third character here, the Warrior and the Thief. They can do about 35 damage to another henchman. Okay? And if you have upper Mage first turn, it's simple. You just want to beef up her defense, and then you start boosting everyone else. So let's just walk through what was going on in this fight, okay? So I got through turn 1, I killed Henchman 1 because 3 characters attacked. I've got about 15, I think it was 13 damage on that last one. But I'm at a point now where I need to start healing, or else my characters are going to die. I am willing to bet you that I attacked with the Hero the last henchman. Let's see here. Hero attacks the last henchman. Warrior attacks the last henchman. I would guess that I healed the Thief and defended with the Mage. Let's see. So healed the Thief, defended with the Mage. Right. So I need to keep the Mage alive. But I also need to keep the Thief alive, and I can't afford to defend with the Thief and not heal, and I have to rely upon basically hoping that my first 2 characters will get hit. In most situations, they would get hit more often, but because this is a special case of the fight where the AI loop tells them to attack everybody equally, I just really need to get an herb off on the Thief. Now, the Thief should go first because she has the meteorite armband, but she somehow got outsped, and that was scary. But then she got it off. Okay, so Hero's in a little bit of trouble. So, again, turn 1 I played it risky and I was able to use the mage's physical attack to do 13 damage. And the reason that I did that was because I knew that on turn 2, the hero and the warrior together weren't going to do 60 HP. So check it out. Hero. Hero does... No, that's the warrior. 22 damage. Hero does 30 damage. Together, that's 52 damage. If I didn't attack with the mage on turn 1, that henchman would be alive for the next turn, turn 3. However, because I hit her with the mage, hit the henchman with the mage on turn 1, which was a risky strat, it paid off on turn 2 by killing the henchman. So now I'm in a situation which I admittedly am playing it risky, and that I could have defended with the hero to be safe, but I'm gambling on the thief going first to heal. So that's what's going on here. Then the mage is gonna basically just help out, and I'm also playing it somewhat risky with the mage too. She could defend because she could easily die. Luckily, Kandar played nice and defended. And then from here, once the henchmen are down, it's pretty simple. You just need to keep your HP alive. Kandar has a chance to critical you. He's got 2 moves out of his 8 move slots. 8, yeah, he's got 8. Every enemy has 8 moves in their AI slots, and 2 of them in Kandar's is to do an overhead axe swing, and whenever he does that, he's got a 1 in 8 chance of actually landing a critical upon you. So it's generally so when you see this, it means that he can crit you. It's a 1 in 8 chance roll. So there, I got a 7 in 8 chance roll and didn't get crit. Generally, the thief is almost guaranteed to go first, especially against Kandar, who is slow. If you take a look at Kandar henchman, their henchman is 21 agility, but Kandar himself is 10 agility, so they are double as fast as he is. So he almost always goes last. 1 out of 8 slots in his AI loop is defend, which sometimes is nice to let you catch up on HP, but generally just waste time. Alright, Kandar 1 down. I need a break because my... I didn't realize it would take me 2 hours to get through 35 minutes of the speedrun. But anyways, I'm going to take a quick break. We're probably going to go until about the Sage split, which is halfway through, so I'll be back in a second. Alright, I am back. Let's switch up this music. Listen to this. There we go. We jump forward about 15 years into DQ history. Okay, so here we are. We are in Post-Kandar 1. Okay, so after Kandar 1, lots of level ups post-fight. So really looking for the mage to learn Gira. Let's see, Fireball, Gira. So yeah, I mean generally you just need to level up your characters. If a character dies, it's not the end of the world because you're gonna see that we do a whole bunch of fights on the way to Baharata, and if a character dies, they have a chance to get some momentum back. But in general, it's definitely just in everybody's best interest to basically stay alive every boss fight. So, the most important character being the mage. Like, the mage dying is just, I just keep saying it, it's really not good. Okay, so let me check. So I did not learn Gira Fireball, which is fine. I just want to be monitoring it and looking for it. So here, you do a bracelet swap, and you heal your party. Let's see if I do the bracelet swap. Yes. Oh, Stamina Seed. Actually, no, I did not do it. I'll see if I do it later, but... okay. So let's go through this. Nothing new. I do want to talk quickly about menu optimization. I do not need to have BRB up. So with menu optimization, this is a little hard to talk about because it's like it's pervasive and it's everywhere. But menu optimization, basically, just if you ever are picking up this game and you're going through the notes, pay very close attention to which order your items are in. I guess it's what orders your items are in which characters have what. So this seems like a very basic concept, but when I go to do this menu, I've played this game in such a way that I know when I get to this exact spot, I open the item menu, and the very first thing that is in my hero's inventory is 100% definitely, without question, the king's letter that I need to give to this guy. And that sounds to be like pretty obvious, but like even the ability for me to walk into this and hit open menu, go to item, and then just hold down the turbo confirm button to get through all of this with 100% consistency will save me time over the course of many RTAs. What's up, Tactical? What's up, Hagsman? Yes. So it's something to consider. It's a very important thing to watch how items flow and who has what. And the reason that this is important was, or I just told you why it was important, but just to sort of show you. So I put my hero in the front of my party all the way back here, right? I'll show you the menu right here. Boom. So it's quick. And even though it doesn't look like it, the hero is in the front of the party. And what that means is that any items that I pick up, even if he's dead, is going to go straight to his inventory. So I set the hero way back then, and then I went all the way through to Portoga, which is here, and I talked to the king. But before I talked to the king, you'll notice that right here is when I took the opportunity to sort my items to my bag. So regardless of what happened in the first 28 minutes of the speedrun up to this point, I'm going to hard reset my character's item slots right here So I just reset everybody's items. Anything that is not like a key story item or a piece of equipment that they have equipped goes to the bag. There's some exceptions, but that's generally true, okay? So what that means is that, I mean, take a look right here. You have a quick second before you see the hero's inventory go away. Ugh, I'm missing the frame. Sadly, I had this open in MBC. I don't have frame advanced options. Okay, cool. So this is the hero's inventory. I just sorted everything in the bag. He had some crap in there before. He doesn't anymore. If you flow through, what's going to happen here is that basically the next item that I get is going to be the hero's... in the hero's inventory is going to be the King's Letter because I talked to him right here. In no situation, literally ever, if you follow the speedrun route, will you not get to this point in the game? Right here? And not have your hero have this as the first possible option when you open the item inventory. Okay? So, like, it's... I'm spending like 5 minutes to talk about this, but this is something that, like, makes or breaks Dragon Quest RTAs as a whole. Like, if you can route it in such a way that there is literally zero possibility of anything else ever being in that item slot, and I know when I open that menu, it's there. It is 100% there. Like, that's speedrunning. It's a very general term, but, like, that is exactly what you need to do to be able to go fast and know where things are in your items, because I am 100% sure that when I open that menu up, that's exactly going to be there, and that allows me to just blast through and turbo this menu. Okay? Enough time on that one piece of item. So, alright, let's go. I hope that's helpful to somebody out there. So, to Baharata. Generally fight battles. So let's break down some of the fights that come out here. Okay. So, yeah. So before we get into this area, basically we're going to walk to Baharata. Some of these battles are dangerous, but for the most part, we're going to benefit from having an extra level or two for Kandar 2 and the henchman fights. And it's too dangerous to run away from most of these enemies, so all around, you're going to generally fight the battles. There's definitely one-off situations in which it's not helpful, or you shouldn't fight, but again, keep in context what we were talking about before. Number one tip, can you beat it in one turn? If yes, do so, okay? So I still have the steel whip on the hero and the thief, which are the first and third party members. If we take a look at the spreadsheet, come over here and say, yo, show me what Gizmo looks like. Gizmo has 25 HP and 14 defense. In the context of the enemies that we were fighting before, it's basically the same. You give 35 EXP, which is pretty decent. So, generally I should be able to beat this in one turn. So, this is absolutely a fight worth fighting. Gizmos can do some spread all damage with their fire breaths, but yeah. It was at this point in which I actually made a mistake in my PB, and if you noticed, I didn't swap bracelets with my thief and my hero. So my thief right now is doing like 11 damage, right? And that's crap. She could be doing like 15 to 18 or so with the hero's armband. But my hero, on the other hand, well, that was awful damage rolls. Jesus. Alright. It was 2 turns, but basically like a JV 2-turn. Alright, so let's see if my mage... She learned Gira, so this is what the spell I was talking about here, Fireball. This is going to be helpful for the Kandar 2 fights. Alright, so let's see what I do. I push on. At this point, I don't think I'm going to swap my weapons. Let's just say kill, so defeat Purple Bees. So Purple Bees, they cast Gira. They cast a spell that might... I guess I'll use this Fireball with Gira. So they cast Fireball, which will attack my entire party and hit them for about 12 to 16 damage or so. It's nasty. It's a really nasty spell. Hero use Nifuramu. Spell. I'm actually just gonna use the English name after I've defined it once. So use Nifuramu or Expel on red dogs. So the red dogs, I think they're yeah, right? Vario Dogu? No, it's not that. It's this. It's not Death Flutter, right? No, Death. I just figure out which one it is. For cheats. I'll do this. Death Jackal. There we go. So you can see that they have 67 attack, which is pretty dangerous, but these guys are 70% susceptible to being expelled. So, if multiple groups otherwise attack. They also do give good EXP, so basically what I'm saying here is that if you see these enemies, you can expel them as a general rule, but if they're the only enemies there, then you can kill them. So in this case, I'm definitely going to expel them because the enemies on the right are really dangerous. First, you want to just clear them as quickly as possible. The problem being is that those dudes on the left just cast Surround on my party, and now my hit rate is very low. Luckily, the dudes on the right played it kind of nice. Alright, so we get through this fight. I'm going to do some healing. Alright, this is... I just did my bracelet swap because I just caught it. Ordinarily, I would catch that earlier if I was paying attention, but... Anyways, swap here. Okay. Heal up. On our way. Let's go. This is the exact same fight, so I did the exact same thing. Use Nifuramu. Kill the dudes on the right. Why don't we add this? One more tip. Keep HP above, let's just say 45. That's important. I think a lot of people, at least who I've talked to, who have started running this game, just find themselves in situations in which they're just dying everywhere. And it's really simple, but like, you bought a ton of herbs before, and the reason being is that you should keep your HP high. Like, you can easily get into a situation in which you get ambushed on the way to Maharata during this walk, and you just get owned by enemies. And it's just like, what happened? It was like, well, you didn't max out your HP, or you didn't keep your HP above a certain threshold. Is that what happened here? Hold on. Did I get... Oh no, I just tried to run away. That was a questionable runaway, actually. But I'm just trying to save time at this point. Anyways, you come here, sell off your anchor tattoo, you sell off your sell anchor tattoo. Mage's rune staff, okay, and then buy 3 times magic shield. So let's pause here. Okay, so you sell your anchor tattoo just because that was in the Portoga vault, gives you some money, which is nice. But you also sell the mage's rune staff. So this is pretty basic, but it's an important concept that before, when I was walking to Maharata, I still had the rune staff on the mage, so I could still use her to physically attack. I can't do that, obviously, once I sell off her staff. Her physical attack is garbage without anything. So it's very important to consider when you're walking to Kandar 2 that you don't have the ability to physical with your mage anymore, and that almost always it's in her best interest to just straight up defend from an enemy. I do want to just quickly talk about a different type of enemy that we didn't talk about yet. Yeah. Why don't we do this? Hold on. I'll just get to Thomas Castle. Sure. So let's see if I can fight this enemy real quick. Nice about the encounter threat level. Being visible means that I can just actually see it. So this is exactly what I want. Just keep in context that those dudes on the left, the ant bears, Antobea, they have scary high attack. Here, they have 75 attack. So the Death Jackals had 67, but these guys have 75. And that's not a whole lot more, but that's still a lot. So, with respect to what I was just talking about... Oh, you can't see it, sorry. With respect to what I was just talking about, if the mage starts physically attacking when she doesn't have a weapon, and you're against a bunch of enemies like this where their attack power is really high, your mage could very, very, very easily die again. So you need to be careful of that. Basically, don't waste your breath, or rather your turn, attacking with your mage when she could just straight up defend instead. Okay, here we go. So you sold off those 2 pieces of equipment. Now you're buying magic shields. Magic shields, very useful. Reduce spell damage. Mage. Well, Thief/Sage will equip for rest of the game. Just a very, very, very good piece of equipment. They only get outclassed by the dragon shields later. Okay, let's keep going. Nothing really major here. You restock on herbs based on how many herbs you used with either your thief or your mage. Do the story trigger. This is just a quick... Basically what happened was I bought a magic shield for the hero, but the hero, as part of the route, had the iron shield before. So you'll see here, I open the menu, put the iron shield, give it to the warrior who doesn't have a shield. Now everyone's got a shield, and now we go. So here's what I'm talking about. We're on our way to Kandar 2. This is exactly the fight that I wanted to demonstrate, okay? So, like we just talked about, these ant bears have a high attack power. And you need to really make sure that your mage stays alive. Your mage gets hit by 2 of these, which isn't likely but could happen, your mage is dead. So, if the mage did not learn the spell Gira or Fireball, then she would absolutely just defend this turn. If she learns it, you can use it on these enemies, but she still is at the risk of dying. If she defends, it is highly, highly, highly unlikely she'll die. It would take all 4 of them to attack her, odds of which are extremely low for her to die. And, I mean, these guys... Let's see if I can get on here. Yeah, they've got 50 HP. So 2 whip users should be able to do most of their damage. Let's see what I do here. Yeah, defend. That's probably the smart choice, especially given that her HP is not very high. So 2 whip users were able to get rid of 1. The warrior will attack and get rid of another one. They sometimes run, which is nice, and then this turned out to be a pretty nice battle. Okay, it's just... So 2, Kandar 2. Mage no longer has weapon. Mostly defend or use Fireball. 1 group of enemy. That's really the only point here. Was a nice HP boost. Usually you get into 2 fights on the way. Those are pretty lucky to get into 1. Kandar 2 Cave. Pick up the seeds. Unless playing for very fast time. So it's up to you whether or not you want to pick up the seeds. Let's see what I do. I do not pick up the seeds. So Let's do this. If I go to no BRB, if I come over here and I say, alright, I think I have a save state just for this. Yes, so basically this is where I was in the video you were just watching, and I just decided to come straight down here. You can come up here instead and get 4 seeds. You get a Wisdom Seed, a HP Nut here, an Agility Seed, and a Strength Seed. So they're all very good seeds for sure, and some of the top runners get it every time, some of them don't decide to get it. It really depends on like how your stat rolls went along the way, and that if, say I used the Strength Seed twice on the hero and they were both 1s, that's really bad, and I really could use the extra Strength Seed, so I'll come over here and get it. And basically, if you come over here to get 1, you should just come over here and get all of them, because you've already gone out of your way to get it. Okay? Okay. So here, I'm on my way to Kandar 1. I'm going to do some swapping. So let's do Henchman. Henchman, K2 Henchman. Swap characters. So now, I mean, this is somewhat subjective, but really, when you play this game, depending on how you play it, let me make sure I write this down. Be consistent. So what am I talking about? I'm saying that every time that I was on a speedrun route, or trying to do a speedrun attempt of this game, I swapped my characters to be in this specific party order. I got comfortable with the Thief and the Warrior being in slot 1 and 2 during these fights so that they could tank the right amount of damage. They generally have higher HP than the hero does, and I got used to the menuing of the Thief being in the 2nd place. What I'm trying to tell you is that you can do this with the Warrior and the Hero being in the first 2 slots, and you didn't do this party rearranging that I just did here. Like, you could do this like this. The point being is that, like, whatever you get comfortable with, whether it's this one or the other one, whether it's this party order or this party order, just make sure that it's consistent for you, because you're going to have certain items fall into certain characters' inventories, and if you're inconsistent about your methods of keeping your party in the right order, then you're going to have such a hard time keeping on top of, like, playthrough after playthrough, figuring out what belongs where, and that's, like, the worst thing you can do for yourself. What is up with my... Oh, I have 2 of these loaded at the same time. Brilliant. Anyways. Okay. So, yeah. Swap characters. Hide you, Warrior. Thief. Hero. Mage. Turn 1. 3 attacks. Mage use Gira. Or defend. So let's talk about Henchman. Actually, why don't we do that? Henchman. 100 HP. So let's talk about the Henchman real quick. Let's get to the fight. So we're in this fight. Henchman 2. This can be a frustrating fight for sure. Over here. Not the Henchman. Okay. Oh, 120 HP. Excuse me. So, their attack is fairly high, 65. Defense is quite high, actually. Not much you can do about their defense. Their attack you definitely need to be watching out for. But the 120 HP for an enemy like that at this point in the game is actually pretty high. And Henchmen, unfortunately, have the ability to cast Rukanon, or I guess decrease Rukanon. and Behoimi. Gilmore. Behoimi. Okay? So this fight, they will cast Heal More once they get to a certain HP threshold. I don't know exactly what it is. It's definitely under 50%. It might be right under 50%. But once they get into like critical HP, one of them or their allies will heal somebody once their HP gets below 50%. Okay? So the idea with that in mind is that we basically want to do spread all damage on turn 1. So why don't I write this down? Hold on. So spread all damage, turn 1, turn 2. Start to snipe if possible. Because you want to damage them all. And you want to put them into a reasonable threshold where you could kill one on turn 2, but the rest of them are not under the HP threshold for you to be able to, or for them to be able to cast Heal More on themselves. Okay? So turn 1, it's pretty basic. Everybody attacks. Hero, or mage will use Gira, Fireball. Okay? This is going okay. Let's just say closely monitor HP. I mean, that's always true, but Thief must be able to heal. Defend with cares under 40. Yeah, let's say like 40 HP. Okay, let's see. So we're spreading out attacks. The one on the left is taking by far the most damage. Okay, alright. We'll talk about it in a second. Oh, that missed, which kind of sucks. Anyways, yeah, so I'm monitoring my HP. I actually did not take much damage at all this turn. But now we enter the predicament of which I need to explain how defense reset. Okay, so in this game, and this is true in Dragon Quest VI as well, of which this game, Dragon Quest III, is built upon Dragon Quest VI's engine. So in this engine, when you're hit with a decrease spell, or sap spell, or whatever, your defense is lowered within battle only. So if you hit equip and if you hit equip a armor piece, your defense sort of gets reset and will go back to what it originally should have been. So the game sort of recalculates your defense. So essentially, if you get hit by a decrease spell, your defense goes down. But if you open the menu and hit equip any piece of armor, the game recalculates your defense and it's set back to its original value. So basically, it's a bug that allows you to reset your defense, and it's very, very, very nice. What's up, Draco Dan? Yeah, thank you. It was definitely a success. So, defense on allies. Let's reset when you re-equip a piece of defensive armor. So just keep this in mind that it's when you when you equip a defensive piece of armor, which makes sense because the game is calculating your defense. Again, if you try to re-equip like your sword or something, it won't do it. Okay. So with that in mind, in this battle, just as a point of reference, is that I just got hit with Rukanon or decrease from one of the enemies, and now I need to, one, count and see which of my allies got hit for the decrease spell, and then I need to reset their defense. So let's go back a minute. Right here, I got hit by Rukanon. First character got hit. So in my head, just to tell you what I do, I say 1, 2, 3, 4. So what I'm doing is assigning character numbers for which ones got hit by this spell. So I go 1, 2, 3, 4 because I saw numbers for each one of those. So when I'm in this turn, I need to do the defense reset. So just watch what happens here. I go into my equip menu. I choose a piece of defensive equipment, steel shield. You just select it, and then it negates the defense decrease that you just had. Okay? So then you're good. Thief, number 2. Again, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, so I know character slot 1, 2, 3, 4 needs to reset the defense. So every character needs to reset their defense this turn. So we do that. Defense, reset, attack. Attack, okay. Defense, reset, let's see what I do here. So generally you want to keep your HP high, but I'm, as you can see, like, everyone is around 40 HP. So everyone's around 40 HP. I realized that my warrior missed on turn 2, so I'm gonna go for an extra hit and not heal with the thief this turn, which I could have done, but yeah. So again, we're gonna use Gira because I want to spread all damage a little more. Let's see what happens. Alright, so again, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 characters got hit by decrease. Now my first 2 characters got hit by 2 waves of decrease, and now they're really in trouble. Gotta be really careful. I think that left one should die. Yes, 37 damage is very nice. And that's the difference of having a few strength seeds or not. Like, if you didn't get any strength seeds on your hero, this first attack probably would have done like 32 damage. And that sounds like not a big deal, but in the context of you trying to clear out these enemies as quickly as possible, dealing that extra, 5 damage per hit over 2 turns may very well be the difference of you getting 110 HP versus 120 HP. And in this fight, it'll save you a lot of time if you clear out a henchman like 1 turn before you were supposed to. So just something to keep in mind. Alright, so I'm on turn 2 just to kind of get through some of these fights. As an example, like, I need to make sure that my character is getting hit. I'm doing the getting healed. I'm doing the defense reset bug on everybody so their defense goes back. I do know that my hero has pretty decent defense equipment, so I'm not super worried about him, but my thief definitely needs a heal. Alright, so here, I get hit by decrease right here. So in my head, I noticed that only the mage got hit. So in my head, I'm saying 4, which means my 4th character needs to get defense reset. The other ones I don't have to worry about. Anyways, that ended the turn. That was actually a very quick battle. No healing. Very nice. So this is one of the rare instances in the game in which use heal all functionality, in which you don't need to use the rest of your hero's MP. For many parts of the game, your hero's MP is actually quite valuable because he can cast Expel, and he doesn't have much MP, so you want to save it for that. But this is a point in the game in which it's actually faster for you to use the heal all functionality, which is, when I say that, I mean this. You go into the menu and you do the first option, the Monton, which is heal up. The hero casting heal spell here is quicker than you going into your character's inventory and using herbs. Usually you still have to use an herb or 2, but it's quicker to use the heal spell. So you use the heal spell for all the heals you need, and then you move on. Alright, Kandar 2. Honestly, Kandar 2 is a quite simple fight. Clear henchmen right away. So these are the same henchmen that you just fought. But they have Sorry, they have the same HP. And they do the exact same things as the 4 that you just fought. But even just fighting 2 means that you can switch up your strategy just a little bit. And let's see what I do here. Okay, I still use Gira. But you can opt... Oh god. Everything is falling apart. Sorry. Okay. Yes. So, clear henchman. Use Ice Bolt or Fireball. And when I say this, it's like it's up to your discretion as to what you use. But Ice Bolt will deal 1 target damage for much more damage, around 10 more damage than the Fireball spell. But if you're confident that your hero has a strong attack power, you can probably kill the left henchman on the beginning of turn 2. So, in this case, I was confident with my hero's HP, so I went for the attack. So here, I've done 11 damage to the left one. Mage just took some damage, so she's in trouble. And again, alright, so 40 damage, 62 damage. Hero comes in, does another 32. So that character is at about 90 plus damage, the one on the left. So one more hit from the hero or the mage using Ice Bolt, and that character is probably dead. I gotta watch my HP, but let's see what I do here. Yes, so I swapped using Hiato on turn 2, because I know that left one is very close to being dead. Generally you just want to clear the henchmen, and you want to avoid any possibility of them healing themselves or having their allies heal. So there, the enemy used Rukanon, which is lucky, quote unquote. It puts me in a bind with Kandar, swinging around, because he could start to do a lot of damage if my enemies or my allies are decreased. But it also means that the henchman didn't kill himself, or didn't heal himself, so I can probably snipe him right now. Nope, he's very, very close. But yeah, see that. Warrior was really in trouble. I gotta do some defense resets, as you see here. And then, yeah, at this point you start... Start having mage use upper or increase. So you can get the Sukaruto spell, which is the increase spell, but it's a random chance of happening. It's part of the 50-50 shot of leveling up after you get to level 9, and I believe I only got to level 8 with the mage, so... Okay. Anyways, the general concept is that you will save time by having higher defense on cares instead of healing. Okay, so your keep mages MP above 8 for Mito. Okay, so yeah. Your mage could spend her MP doing like Ice Bolts against Kandar 2, of which they have a 70% chance to succeed. But the general idea is that you cast upper on your characters so that they take less damage from Kandar, and that means they have more opportunities to actually attack Kandar rather than having to get into situations in which one character may have to defend and then the thief would have to heal them. So if you have higher defense, which is quite easily attainable with the mage, then your thief spends less time healing, your hero spends less time doing defending, and both of them spend more time actually doing damage. So let's just watch how this fight goes. It's pretty standard from here. You just see that the mage is using upper. The mage is using upper on characters that are most flimsy, which is from the back to the front. I think I used upper on the thief already, which was turn 2. You'll see here, I'm just trying to heal up my party with the thief a little bit, but really, yeah, not even anymore. Once you get enough, let me add that. Once everyone is uppered, so boosted on defense, thief stops healing and mage starts healing. So basically your thief can actually do damage in this fight. It's not a ton, but you know, it adds up. And if you can stop having her being forced to heal because she needs to go first in a lot of these fights, once your characters are beefy enough with defense boosts, then your thief can go and attack and your mage can be the one to start using herbs on people. So that's what you're seeing here. Let's go back to this turn. So, yeah. Here, everyone's going to attack. So instead of the thief, which is the second slot, healing, the mage is going to be the one to heal and throw an herb on my thief. So that's generally the modus operandum. Kandar 2 also has a chance of criticalling you, and usually if Kandar 2 crits you, you're probably dead. You can defend a crit, but it's still gonna hurt. I can't remember if somebody gets dead here. I don't think so. Somebody dying on this fight is not nearly as bad as Kandar 1. The experience would be nice, but it's not a big deal. That was a nice Kaishin. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll let this fight play, it's almost over. Okay. So, basically, you get through this fight, and you want everybody to be alive, but it's not critical, because we're just about to do the metal slime grind, and it's not super important that everyone lives. It's really nice to have the mage live, because you want her to be alive to learn or to use the outside spell. So this seems like a trivial thing, but it's kind of not. Let's take a look. So I could either save 8 MP throughout the fight and use the Re-Ramito spell and be outside within, oh, I don't know, 2 seconds. Or, let's do this. We could throw a timer on it. And say, okay, instead of casting the outside spell, I would have to come down here. Just to give you... Oh, shoot. That's hilarious. Garuna. So, let's see how long it takes me to walk outside instead of having Kandar, or sorry, Re-Ramito after Kandar. Re-Ramito is just the Japanese for the outside spell. Oh, well, I didn't go one far enough. Anyways, it's, you know, I say 30 seconds here, it's probably about, like, 28 seconds, because I went the wrong way. Yeah, but, you know, it's stuff like that it's like, okay, if I didn't save 8 MP in that fight, I'm guaranteed, like, a 28-second time loss, right? Like, that's a big deal. That's a lot of time, so... Things to consider. Keep your 8 MP above 8. So when you finish the battle, you can instantly warp out. So after you beat Kandar 2, if your mage is alive and she gets to level 9, I think she'll definitely learn the outside spell. So, when we were talking about spell learning before, here, outside is a spell that's in this first pool. When a character hits a certain level, they will 100% learn that spell. So luckily the outside spell is one of those. Okay. Sort of gearing up mentally for getting through the next part. I don't really have too much commentary or stuff to say about the next like 15 minutes. This is really, you can follow the speedrun notes and get what you need. I guess I'll just talk about conceptually why we do some things. What's up, Eldra? But yeah. One sec. Okay, this is pretty basic, but we get the ship and we go immediately to Sue. The reason we come here is that we want to be able to go to Edinburgh right away. And that's because there's a lot of money. There's 17,000 gold chilling in Edinburgh. And not only that, one of those... So there's two pieces of equipment that sell collectively for 17,000 gold. One of which is going to be actually a good piece of equipment to use on the thief for quite a while. So, we need to, in order to get into Edinburgh, we have to come to Sue to be able to buy the invisibility herb. Most people buy invisibility herbs in the town of Lancel. So, this is the other option. The reason that we come to Sue is that we need to warp here later. Another reason that we come to Sue is that we pick up the very nice Thunderstaff right here. Yeah, what's up, Eldra? I agree. The thing is, like, I was thinking about it, and I sort of like being the center of knowledge of this game in the Western world, but when I was thinking about it, it was like, I would not be anywhere without the gracious notes of a few J-runners that gave me their sort of knowledge, so I kind of felt it was my duty to convey what I knew to people. And especially, I've gotten a few questions from people lately that were like, hey, you know, I would have learned DQIII or some other game, but the resources made it really tough out there. And part of me wants to say to them, like, well, I was able to get through it, you could too. But another part of me says, like, if I'm able to reasonably decipher a lot of this information, there's people out there that can't do that. People out there who can't learn how to read Japanese or get through Google Translate's awful Japanese translation and try to figure out what it means, but I can, so I would like to see other people play this. So. Okay. So, holy water. So, sorry, if you missed this. Basically, get Thunderstaff, okay? So Thunderstaff, as I've written here, free Firebane spell. You have a character that can use it in battle, which is going to be your mage. She can just cast free Firebane, which is awesome. Come here. I need at least 300 gold, so I caught that quickly. I got a rare drop in the Kandar Tower, which was a sacred knife for one of the bats. And I have 300 gold, so I buy an invisibility herb. Okay, so now, before I go to the Liahan, I'm going to quickly use a holy water. So, holy water, I do want to do this quickly. I'm gonna emo. So, like, remember when we were talking about the encounter counter at the top? Holy water, it works as you expect. Basically, I'm in an area and I walk around. Encounter goes down. However, if I use the holy water and my character's levels are high enough, as I walk, that encounter is frozen. It's the repel spell, right? It's nothing fancy. However, during this section, I think this is important to talk about. So, I mean, I can do this wherever. So, come here. Let's go to a Liahan. So here I walk around, it goes down. I don't have any holy waters. Great. Oh, what am I doing? It's not what I meant to do. I don't even know where I can get them. I guess Isis, right? It's really out of the way for a very obvious point, but... Alright, so we come here. I use the holy water. Then I go back to Liahan. Just save state this one. Obviously, this is not going to go down. But even at level 22, 20, 19, and 19, being in the sea here does not make my counter stay the same. Right? So, like, you're not going to get away at any point in the speedrun from having ocean encounters here. Okay? So when you're at this point in the game, like, you have a holy water for those 4 steps, which seems meaningless, because they're not dangerous and it's only 4 steps, so why even bother with the holy water? The reason being is that when you come over to here, this little stretch does have encounters as well, and the holy water is still in effect. Alright, so just like keep that in the back of your head. Holy water is still in effect. I come here for an encounter reset. Encounter rate is as high as it's gonna get, and just to reiterate the point, when you're walking right here, holy water is still in effect, so none of that decreased my encounter rate. Then we're over here, okay? Go across. Encounter is going down. Alright, so this is actually interesting, and this is something that I think people will definitely overlook. This game isn't perfectly coded. It's pretty damn good. Like, this game is not very busted. There's not a lot of glitches. It's pretty well coded. But this is a pretty major oversight, so check this out. I'm in an area in which I get encounters. For some reason, this point in the game is not coded correctly. And that this stretch here, I could sit here like this and never get into a fight. There's literally 0 chance that I'll get into a fight. But over here, it is no longer that way. The game is coded in this, like, grid of squares. Alright, I feel like this. Grid of squares, right? I don't know if that was clear when I had the video up. Whatever. No, I'm sorry. You didn't even see it. So yeah, you see here, the encounter, not there, sorry. Let me re-walk through that point again. So here, you see that encounter counter at the top? This area of the game is just not coded correctly, and that you could walk here forever and you'll never get into an encounter, because that decreasing encounter rate is not decreasing at all. If you take one step over here, it now is. So the reason is that this is perfectly routed so that your ship ends up here and you take a turn up here, and it's only during these 4 steps that you have a chance of getting into a fight. So that's pretty cool. It's just a nice thing to do. But that's also one of the reasons why, so that's what I do with my PB. I come here, I walk through this area, most of which doesn't have any encounters. So it's just something to keep in mind, that some of the movements in this game are specific and you have to be very careful. There's another example of that coming up fairly later. But okay. Come here, get the orb. That's a strength seed. Oh, one other point before I type out more notes. So, I am still under the effects of holy water, okay? So even if it hadn't been that useful, there was 3 points in which the holy water came into effect. I used it right outside of Alahan. I walked to the ship and I didn't get into any encounters there. Or the encounter counter didn't go down there. Then, when I was walking out of the magic ball cave, so again, just to give you context. Here, Alahan, I'm under holy water. These steps, those 4 steps or 3 steps, did not decrease my encounter rate. These steps did not decrease my encounter rate, okay? And these steps, right here. And then finally, I'm still under the effects of holy water all the way through here. So these steps right here also don't decrease my encounter rate. So for 1 holy water usage, it's perfectly planted that any movement you have on the world map in this area will get the benefit of not having fights. It's the best you can do, basically. And then right there, right here, you see this. Okay. So yeah, I mean, generally you just come, in this part of the game, you're just setting up locations to return to later when it's most efficient to do so. Come to Dharma. Again, you could just follow the notes if you wanted to do this. There's nothing really crazy here. I will say that during this section, though, you have to be careful because you generally don't want to see battles ever, right? But consider this. Consider this. I'm at this point, and I just took a very long sail from Edinburgh all the way up, and I haven't gotten into an encounter. And based on what I know about the way encounters work in this game, is that if I come to Portoga, that's not Portoga, that's literally not even close. Portoga, like, with all of these steps that I do all the way up, I know that, maybe not every time, but a lot of the times, this is a lot of steps. And there is a decent possibility that if I made it this far, I'm really, really, really pushing how far away I am. Get this out. Oops. I'm pushing how low my encounter will be, right? So my point is that this tile right here is incredibly dangerous. And if you made it all the way through that encounter, that ship voyage, and you make it here, and you haven't gotten into an encounter yet, it is much more likely than like many other parts of the game that this one step is going to be a nasty encounter. And the enemies that are here are way, way, way worse than the enemies that are in the ocean. They're not really a problem at my levels here, but it's something to consider. What I'm dealing with in my speedrun in like this video right here is that when I'm about to get into that step right there, it could have been deadly. It wasn't, but it's something to consider. That if you're trying to play it safe, you may want to just grind out a fight in the ocean. Just keep it in mind. It's something specific to this walk. Hello, Pasky. Yes, this is a series of using videos and some emulator to just talk about some points. We're gonna do some DQ5. How about that? How about that? How about that? Oh, play the theme. Oh, this is a good one. Oh no, we're playing this. DQ6, give me. Where is it? Come on. Where is the casino music from DQ6? Need it, dude. See it. The worst playlist of existence. There we go. Better looking playlist. Come on. There we go. Oh yeah. I wasn't doing speedruns tonight. We're just doing this walkthrough of DQ3 class. Okay, anyways. Okay, so we don't need to watch this. There's some, I mean, just quickly, basically you give the Thunder Staff to the mage here. You give the heavy metal ring. Alright, so we should talk about the heavy metal ring quickly. The heavy metal ring is a... Wait, did I move this? Sorry about that. The heavy metal ring is a accessory, and it changes your personality, okay? So, on the personality bonuses, it changes the personality of your mage to be... loner? Yeah. Oh no, hold on. Yeah, hold on. So this is something that's like not really talked about. I'm sorry if the music was too loud. I turned it up way too high. I'm sorry. Anyways. Yeah, so this is something that's like very not well documented anywhere. But when you equip the punk ring or the heavy metal ring on somebody, it changes their personality. So let's see. Hold on. So, under that second line of characters, so it says, one sec. I capture my mouse? Yes, okay. So this is the character's name. This says Senshi, which is just warrior. And then this is their personality, okay? So this is Ipiki Ookami, right? So if I take off the punk ring, it should change, I think. I'm not exactly sure how this works, but it does influence it, yeah. So, tough guy, right? So that character changed. So what it means is that you change your personality of your mage warrior, or your mage at that point, and basically you're sacrificing some HP for some wisdom, and you're trying to get some extra. So this is wisdom, and at this point, right before I'm about to do my metal slime grind, I'm trying to get some extra MP on the mage, so that when I swap from the mage class to the warrior class, the mage has the best chance of getting a decent amount of MP, just like max MP. Okay? The punk ring, or the heavy metal ring, also gives plus 10 agility, as seen here, which is really quite nice as well at this point in the game. Alright, anyways, moving on. This party suit goes to Thief, party dress, which is a good piece of equipment. We give the meteorite armband to the hero. Basically, we're doing the swap bracelets as we talked about before. I'll just come back up here, just so you know what I'm talking about. This. So again, hero has meteorite armband, thief has hero armband. This, non-boss battles. Same concept. Okay. So we come back here, and we're gonna buy poison moth powders. But before we do that, come on. Oops. Sue with 3 X's. Alright, so poison needles have a 1 in 8 chance of dealing critical hit to an enemy that is not immune to it. Sorry, not critical hit, instant death. So we come here, and our thief right now can equip it, and our mage can equip it. Okay? So we get 1 for the thief, 1 for the mage. And then we come here and we sell off the fur hoods on our party, the warrior's iron shield, and then the stylish suit 9900. Okay, so we get around like 11k or so. Yep. And what we do now is the mage is going to get the beret, which is, as you can see, a pretty decent piece of equipment. Plus 20 defense. And then we buy moth powders for the rest of our party. We'll talk about moth powders in a minute, but basically we blow all of our money on them. Again, you can just follow the speedrun notes, but I try to buy around 7 to 8 for every person. Any excess will just flow over to the bag, so it's not really a problem. I also maybe want to save some money for herbs if I don't have it a lot, so let's see what I do here. I did not. Oh, I had 74 herbs, so I was certainly fine. Okay, and we're about to enter our metal slime grind. I'm on actually pretty nice pace going into Garuna. Yes. A 56.48 Garuna enter is quite good. Okay. Alright. So let's take a breather. Garuna 1 is one of the hardest places to like figure out how safe you are, what you're gonna do, how you level up, like the whole scenario. This is something that's very difficult to learn, okay? So generally, like, on your way up, fight, prioritize beaks with whips and thunder. So when I say thunder staff, it's the mage. The mage now has the thunder staff in her inventory. She has the poison needle equipped and she has the thunder staff in her inventory, and she'll use the thunder staff to do an fire bane spell, which hits all enemies of one group. Okay. So let's see what we get here. 3 Kongs. So I do 3 times attack. I come over here and I use the thunder staff. So that item in the bottom right, the Ikazuchi no Sue, that is thunder staff. Okay. So here, these enemies only have 40 HP. They do decent physicals, but nothing to worry about. Okay. So you're guaranteed to get into 1 fight on the first floor. If you're unlucky, you'll get into 2 or more. We go along. Okay. Go through here. Get through here. Okay. This. I'm gonna just walk you through how the metal slime grind works, and maybe we'll come back and make some notes. But basically, this is the first room that you can get into a metal slime fight. So let's try to break this up into goals. Okay, so goals. Goal 1. Goal 1. Get warrior to level 13. I'm gonna say 13 or so, then kill off. Check for 130 HP plus. Okay. So the idea here is that you want to make sure your warrior is in like decent shape before you kill him off. And we'll talk about killing him off in a second, but when I say decent shape, it's that you want to have his HP level be sort of sufficient that he'll get through some of the boss battles after this. Specifically, you want to make sure that he doesn't get completely owned by boss troll, because when you kill him off here, you're not going to really fight any more battles until boss troll. Okay? So that's goal number 1. And when I say kill off, what I'm talking about is that enemy EXP is spread among all living characters. So if I kill a metal slime that gives 4,000 EXP and all 4 of my characters are alive, they each get 1k. But if my warrior is dead, then the others would get 1.66k. Okay? So that is important. Because really, when it comes to the speedrun, the warrior only needs like enough levels to be able to survive and do his part. Anything past there is wasted opportunity for others to get EXP that's more valuable. So maybe we should talk about sort of like, I mean, I say goals, but really like overall goals. And maybe like this is tasks. And the goals and tasks are basically, well, maybe not the same, but how about we do this? Okay. So overall goal is 1. Get Sage with Thief, or well, get Thief to level 20 and turn into Sage. Okay, so that's pretty basic. 2. Make sure warrior does not hog EXP for others. And to some lesser degree, the hero as well. That's pretty rare. Okay? 3. Try... Monitor hero for Maholton stop spell. Maholton spell. starting level 18. So the hero can learn this spell at level 18. If he learns it, you'll want to kill him off immediately after. But if he doesn't, then you just let him live. And you try again. We'll talk about the hero in a second, but yeah. So for Garuna 1, I mean that's basically the overarching idea. You don't really have to worry about EXP limits and thresholds until the very end of this grind, but really it's just you want to power level your thief to level 20 because you want to turn her into a sage right away. Okay? So that's overall goals. So tasks. First thing you do is you get into a few metal fights, and you want your warrior to have enough HP. So let's take a look at what goes on, at least in my PB. Maybe we should talk about monsters. How about that? I mean, this is still true, but why don't we break down the monsters that go on here? I'm not going to do this for every part of the game, but this is a part of the game where you pretty much have to. We have to talk about it. Sky Dragon. Dragon is simple. Use Expel. 100% success. They are the most dangerous enemy. Fire Breath does 35 to like 42 damage or so. Okay, so that's like, they're by far the most dangerous hero. But the hero can always expel them. Problem being, the hero is a slow character and usually gets outsped by the Sky Dragon. We don't have the Meteorite Armband on him. Actually, no, I'm sorry. We do. But it's still risky, okay? Let's just, like, check this out. So I used Nifuramu with the hero, which is Expel on the Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon went first, did a physical attack, which is fine. And then the hero went. So, funny enough that this is the first fight that I got into. This encounter right here is the most dangerous encounter throughout the entirety of your grind. If you get ambushed by this fight, and the Sky Dragon on the left uses Fire Breath, and the two Garudas on the right use Fire Bane spell, you will die. It'll be horrible. And I'll just emphasize this right now, like, any character unintentionally dying throughout this grind is a massive time loss. It's like at least 4 minutes, because you have to go back and revive the character. Well, 1, you have to leave the dungeon, 2, you have to revive the character, 3, you have to walk all the way back up, and the opportunity cost is horrible. Nacho, that is right here. Monitor hero for stop spell, Mahoton spell. Level 18. Okay, so yeah, Sky Dragon, yeah. Garuda, 60 HP. Well, 60 HP is their max. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Garuda, yep, 60 HP. So 60 HP. They give 220 XP, which is pretty okay. I mean, it's okay. Considering we're during a metal slime grind, everybody's EXP is not great. Though I will say that the Sky Dragons actually do give good EXP. They give 400, I think. Oh, I'm sorry, 800. Yeah, so Sky Dragons are good sources of EXP, and they're also very good sources of gold. 180 gold for one monster is quite good. But this requires you to actually kill them. So one last point about the Sky Dragon is that if you get a solo Sky Dragon battle, you will want to actually kill it instead, because it'll be dead in 1 turn no matter what. If you have 2 physical attackers and a character and a mage using Ice Bolt, it'll kill the Sky Dragon. They don't have that much HP. They've got like 80 HP or so. Sky Dragon, yep, 80 HP. Alright, cool.
So, yeah. I think that's good for that. Garuda's got HP. Cast Firebane. So, these guys are probably the most problematic to deal with here, but they're also good for using Confusion on to attack other metals. We'll talk about that in a second. Okay? Garudas, they require the most amount of like physical attack attention to be actually able to wipe out. I'll just say this in general. Hero plus mage using Firebane will kill. Something else to consider, and maybe I should have talked about this a little bit before, but Garuna Tower 1 evolves some enemy strategies based on your level, right? So that's a very general concept, but when you come down here and you say, alright, hero and mage using Firebane will kill. At my level right now, in which the hero is level 9, that's probably not true. If I use the hero to attack the Garuda and then use the mage to use Firebane, I'm willing to bet that one of those is gonna live. But if I was at level like 16 or something, that probably would be true. That a attack and Firebane would kill the Garudas. So this is something that it requires patience and being able to identify what point in the grind you are, how strong your characters are, and whether or not you can reasonably kill some of the enemies on the field with like 2 characters instead of 3. So anyways, yeah, that's Garuda and that's Sky Dragon. Let's just go through each one. We'll get to you, Metals. We'll get to you. Don't worry. Okay. Moths. Moths have, I think, 40 HP max. What's their name? Shibire. So over here, just looking for the, oh here, oh is that right? They get called jellyfish, really? Oh no, they don't. It's this. All right, come on. Numbness Ageha. That's right? Ageha. Perfect. 40 HP. All right. Valence at 40 HP. Resist Firebane 30%. So they do resist Firebane. So keep that in mind when you're using the mage to use area all Firebane spells. They can resist it. So they're also quite flimsy. Hero attack will usually wipe out these guys. Wipe out. Will usually finish. Sometimes need beef at lower levels. Okay, so yeah. We'll get into some strategies in a minute, but slime. Our friend the metal slime. Okay, so 3 to 4 HP. So it's either 3 or either 4 HP. It is a 3 in 8 chance they run away. 2 in 8 they attack. 3 in 8 they cast fireball. No, sorry, please. So again, if you take a look at the AI scripts, which I have, but I don't have up right now, this is what's going on. Fun fact, and we can talk about this in another episode, the Hagare's liquid metal slimes have a 62.5% chance of running 5 and 8 chance. So it may seem like they run away a lot more of the time, and it is because they are in fact scripted to do so. Okay. Moving on. Metal slimes have 3 to 4 HP. There's really not much else about metal slimes. I mean, they are susceptible to poison needles, but really all enemies, as all enemies here are. Okay, so 1 in 16 chance to kill. So if you hit somebody with a poison needle, they'll have a 1 in 16 chance of dying. Okay? Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty good formation, by far. Overall goals, tasks. Why don't we bring this down? Okay. So yeah, goal number 1 is to get warrior to level 13. Now, maybe before we get into tasks, maybe we can talk about some general concepts. Spell Sky Dragons early. Spread. Let's get to a fight where I see both Garuda and another enemy. That was a nice fight. Alright, here, perfect. When facing, this is very important. When facing moths and Garudas, hero attacks moths, thief and mage attack Garuda. So the hero should be relatively strong and should have enough attack power to generally kill off the moths in one shot. Together, the thief and the mage should be strong enough to kill a Garuda. Maybe 1, maybe 2. So whenever you see a formation like this, you should immediately think hero attacks the moth. Like, that's just like drill it in your head. Hero attacks the moths. Just make that a habit. Sometimes the moths are on the right, sometimes they're on the left, sometimes they're in the middle of 3 groups. You just want to say to yourself, hey, make the hero attack the moths and have everybody else attack the other enemies, okay? That's just like a tenet of what goes on. So let's check out this fight. I should use the thief to attack, but I need to put the whip on. Hero attack the left, and then the Garudas attack the right. So let's see what happens. Okay, so 51, 37, perfect. Garuda's got Firebane off. I cast Firebane, and that is a picture-perfect fight. Okay, so that's exactly what I was just saying. Hero was strong enough to kill off the moths. Thief and mage together would kill off the Garuda. Keep HP high. You know what? I'm moving that up. I'm gonna put it twice. 3 times. 3 times for emphasis, okay? You cannot let people die here unintentionally. It will destroy you. It'll just it'll melt your run. Keep your HP at near max, if not max, after every battle. I mean, certainly use discretion and don't waste your time, but if you're under 70 HP, you can get ambushed and wiped. So. Alright, I think it's time to just talk about Poison Moth Powder. Poison Moth Powder will confuse an enemy. Okay, so let's get into a battle in which I see metal and something else. There we go. Confuse an enemy. Okay, so the way Moth Powder works is that An enemy that is confused. So an enemy that is confused and is in a group separate from another type of enemy will never run away. Okay, so this is a tenet. This is a tenet of how confusion works. The metal slime here, if you confuse one on the left, it will never, ever, 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 ever run away if there's a moth on the right. It's not part of its AI script. It'll never run away. Similar, if you confuse a moth, it'll never run away from the metal on the left. And this is true. This is even though the metal generally has a chance to run away from battle. This is superseded by being confused. It's just a different story. That metal will never run away. An enemy that is confused and is only among its regular set of enemies will attack its own set. Oh. I'll get to that in a second. It will roll its regular AI script. Okay. So let's go back to the first one. An enemy. So the metal's confused. Moth is there. Metal will always attack Moth. Always. And it'll use everything in its arsenal except for the ability to run away. That's just what metal slimes do, okay? They won't run away if they're confused. And they're in this first group, which is the enemy's confused and it's attacking a group or there is another group there, at least one. If there's two, it'll choose randomly from the two, okay? And it will only attack, if an enemy is confused, it will always only attack the other group, okay? That too. So say I'm in this scenario, okay? Which is the god scenario to be in anytime you play this game, ever. Okay? So, if you confuse an enemy here, a metal is confused, it'll never run away. It'll never run away if another enemy is still there. If a confused enemy is the last enemy left of all enemies, it will be, for all intents and purposes, unconfused and attack normally. Okay? So, if a metal slime is, so say, let's go to like, here, okay? So there's two metal slimes. Say the left one's confused. If the left one's confused, it'll use its regular AI script, except it won't run away from battle, and it will only have a chance of attacking the right one. But so again, the scenario is the left one is confused, the right one is not confused. So say you enter a turn of battle. The right one runs away. The left one's the only one left. Now, because he's the only one that's left, we're in this scenario here, which is the confused enemy is the only one left, and the enemy will go back to its regular slot. So, at that point, metals can run away. So that's it. So, because the enemy was confused, but it's the only one left, now it's gonna have a chance to run away. It'll go back to the metal slime's sort of AI loop here. Okay, so he's got a 3 in 8 chance to run away. So, yeah, thank you for the host, some dinner. Much appreciated. Okay, so yeah. That generally covers how confusion works. Again, like if there's 2 types of enemies, one that's confused will never run away and always attack the other. An enemy is confused and it's only among its own set, so like this scenario we're looking at right here, 2 metals, if they're both confused, they will just attack each other. They won't run away. But if one of these runs away because they're not confused and the other one was confused, then we're in this third scenario in which basically a confused enemy is the same as not being confused, okay? So this is really important, because mastery of how enemies are confused and how they attack each other is what makes the metal grind a speedrun. Like, you need to be able to identify where you should have metals attack each other, or if you should have another enemy attack a metals. One more thing. Enemies that are confused bypass the regular damage formula and can deal between 1 to like 8 damage to a metal based on their strength. So in Garuna, the most damage I've seen a metal take is 6 damage from a Garuda. Outside, I think the killer apes, I've seen them do up to 8 damage, which is overkill. But it's weird because you wouldn't expect that to happen, but yes, the damage formula kind of gets borked. So let's see if I see a fight in which, let's take a look. Trying to see if that third one attacks anywhere. Looks like he's doing a lousy job. Perfect example. Okay, that's it. So that moth was confused and it attacked a metal slime for 4 damage. None of my characters in my party can do 4 damage to a metal slime. It's just not gonna happen. But enemies that are confused bypass the regular damage formula and can deal between 1 to 8 damage to a metal, right? So this is like another reason why confusion is so good. You throw confusion on one enemy, it'll attack another enemy and have its own damage formula and can just pierce the metal. Something I do want to add to the moth's description up here is only AI slot, or how do I say this? AI slots are only physical attacks. Unless they miss, they will always hit a metal with a physical. And that's important because these, so Garudas can use Firebane, which is a waste on a metal. So we're about to finally get into poison moth powder strategy. So let's do moth powder strategy. So this is something if this is class, your homework is to figure out how fights work and where you should throw poison moth powders. But in general, I would say generally throw 1 moth powder per group when 1 metal and 1 other group exists. Okay, there's certainly exceptions, there's absolutely exceptions, but a lot of it depends on your risk appetite. Oh, we should talk about... How do we do this? Moth powder percentages. Metal 70%. Garuna 100%. Moth 100%. Sky Dragon 0%. Beaks. Actually, I don't even know about beaks. I'm gonna kind of forgot about them. Anyways, so you can throw moth powders on metals and they will typically work, but they don't always work. And if you throw them on a Garuna or a moth, it'll always work. Moth being the best to throw it against because the moth will do it'll 100% land on the moth, and as per this right here, all their AI slots are only physical. So therefore, unless they miss, a moth will always attempt to hit a metal and will hit a metal. Whereas the Garuna, that's not always true. A Garuna, even though it's got 100% moth powder percentage, and when I say moth powder percentage, percent of success when thrown. Even though Garuna may be 100%, I don't know the AI slots for the Garuna, but they have a decent chance of using Firebane, and if a Garuna uses a Firebane on a metal slime instead of actually physical damaging it, it's just a waste of a turn. So, you can opt to throw it against, you're just gonna have to choose if you're in a scenario which you have to choose between moths and Garunas, but generally moths are the stronger pick. There are scenarios in which the Garuna is the better pick because the moths are easier to clear out with your hero and end the battle quicker, but we can talk about that in a minute. So let's go on. Let's keep it up. Let's just get through some other examples where metals show up. Maybe we can talk about... This is pretty nice. Grind, PB. So yeah, this is a pretty basic example. Basically, we'll just see what I do here. I threw a powder on the moth. I threw a moth powder on the Garuna. I threw a powder on the metal slime, and then I'm using the mage to use poison needle on the metal. This is a very basic strategy. So let's just take a look at what happens. This is the success rate, or success message, saying that the Garuna on the left was confused. These guys are sticking around. Got 1 damage on the left. So I threw a moth powder. This has a 70% chance of hitting. It did succeed, so this is good. Left Garuna is confused, and then that right, so that one was just confused. He just used one of his AI loot, but he's not going to run away from battle ever. So he hit the Garuna on the left. So the Garuna on the right just attacked. He missed, but he attacked that third one. So now what I'm doing is just trying to get as many metals as I can. So that left Garuna is going to stay confused forever, and the right one until he dies. Or one of his allies. Actually, no, he'll just stay confused forever. Anyways, yeah, I'm just trying to get some metals here. This is a really nice battle. So yeah, basically, that's a good starting idea, is that you throw 1 per group. I think what may happen to a lot of people is that they get too trigger happy and they throw moth powders multiple times. But you need to really be careful, especially early on in your grind, that you preserve enough moth powders for the end. That being said, you can absolutely run into a scenario where you didn't use enough aggressively in the beginning and you just kind of go slow and you have too many moth powders at the end of your grind that you could have used more effectively. Again, this is like something you just have to figure out and get used to. This is a slow battle. Slow. Very
Very nice. We're just looking for other examples. Alright, this is probably one of the most complicated fights, so let's just see what happens. What I'm thinking is that I would throw a moth powder on the Garuda and then use hero to kill the moths, and then just use the mage to attack metals. So let's see what I do. Yep. Oh no, I threw another... Okay, alright, so I was close. So basically what I did is I threw a moth powder on the Garudas on the left and the moth on the right. I'm sorry, the metals on the right, and I used the hero to clear out the moths. Context being is that say you're in this scenario, okay? So say nobody's attacked yet. If you throw moth powders on the Garudas and the metals, and one of them both gets confused in each group, which is great, the moths being there means that they have a chance of getting hit by a physical of a confused enemy. So again, we talked about this before, but like say the Garuda on the left is confused. He'll attack as per this. An enemy that is confused and is in a group separate from another type of enemy will never run away and will only attack other sets. So the Garuda, being confused, will attack either the moths or the metals. So the problem being is that the metals are still there, or I'm sorry, the moths are still there, and they could soak up the damage that a metal would take. Now you might be thinking, okay, why did you choose to kill the moths in this situation instead of the Garudas? Moths are generally better to get a moth powder from. In this case, it's better to take the moths out because, as you noticed, in one hit I was able to clear out the entirety of the moths. Just like that. Because the hero was high enough level and strong enough to do that. Now I'm in a scenario in which the Garudas are not, once they're confused, they're not going to be able to attack the moths, and they'll only attack the metals. So the counter argument to that is, okay, then why didn't you just kill the Garudas and let the moths kill the metals? That sounds pretty valid because moths are generally better to powder. The problem is that in no scenario, pretty much ever, will the hero be strong enough to kill off all the Garudas in one hit. Whereas the hero is strong enough, especially right now, and given I knew that during this run his strength was quite good, that he would be able to kill off the moths in one turn. Which, I got a nice damage roll at the end of this whip usage, but it worked out. Threw too many? Yeah. It's a problem. Anyways, the point being is that if you're someone who's gonna like get into DQ3 RTA, you really should take a minute to assess every like unique type of fight that comes up in the Garuna grind and be like, okay, I want to end these battles quickly and I wanted to do it efficiently. What enemies should I hit to sort of clear out and get other enemies to just start attacking each other? If you did a scenario in which, like, say I didn't know better, and I was like, oh, I see some metals, but I see some other groups too. I'm gonna throw a moth powder on all three of them. You could just wind up in a scenario in which all three enemies are confused and attacking each other, but it happens to be that the metal slime is not taking any of the damage, and then you're just wasting time. So at least by clearing out one of the groups of enemies, it means that one of the non-metal groups of enemies will attack the metals. Okay. So, in general, you just need to assess that. Another part that should be assessed would be, actually, I mean, this is a pretty decent scenario. Another point is that when you're near the, like, I would say, near the end of the grind, play somewhat more aggressively with powders, depending on level number.
So a side point is that you get roughly like 36 powders, right? Somewhere around there, sometimes less. Generally around that. Let's just say 35, okay? And you need, I would say, to be safe, you probably need like 8 to 10, I mean, even that. I don't even think 8. I would say around 8 for Garuna Tower 2. So, if you're at the end of your grind, or say, alright, so say I waltz into this battle. Actually, let's see what level I am. Okay, I'm level 18, right? So say I'm in this scenario and I've got like 18 powders. And I know that if I were to get this battle under my belt, I would be very close to level 20, which is one of my goals. Then I would just start throwing powders more. I would take the general strategy of throwing one metal, one non-metal group, and then I would just be like, you know what? I'm going to throw 2 powders on 2 metals and see what happens. And like, I'd be willing to take that risk if I had enough powders. Okay. So something else to consider. Careful of powders being wasted. So when you throw a powder on a certain enemy group, if you throw multiple powders, well, actually, this is just always true. Like, the game doesn't check for you to see if a moth powder has already been thrown on an enemy. It'll just randomly choose one of however many are in the set. So if I throw a moth powder on the metals right here, and it hits the third one, I could throw another one and get to hit the third one again, and that's just a wasted metal moth powder. And that is why this strategy is the safest and smartest, because this strategy right here of throw 1 moth powder per group when one metal and one other group exists. Because it'll guarantee that you don't waste a moth powder specifically because 2 enemies received a moth powder just by random chance. Like, that won't happen. But when I was just talking about my high risk appetite, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to throw two moth powders at this metal group right here. The possibility does exist that I hit the same one twice, and it's just a wasted moth powder. So that's just something to keep in the back of your head. And that sometimes it's great to just throw moth powders everywhere, but sometimes it's a bad idea. I do want to go back to the one. Let's see if I can find it. This fight. So, in my opinion, this fight you should throw moth powders more at the moths than at the metals. Because the moths, if you get like, well, one, your characters are generally faster than the moths, so you can have them on turn 1 just start using moth powders. So say you decide to use 2 moth powders on the moths on the right, they will usually go after you, so they'll be confused by the time they get their first attack on turn 1, and then they have a chance of hitting the metal. So okay. So that's all sort of like general concepts. Let's talk about the tasks you need to do. So generally your first task is to get to level 13 with your warrior, and then you need to do some sort of shenanigans, I'd say, to get him to die. Oh, this is a great battle. Okay. So keep warrior's HP relatively mid to low when he's about to die. So when I say he's about to die, or like killing him off or whatever, the idea is that we want to give EXP to other characters. So we kill him off. And in order to kill him off, obviously his HP needs to be 0, so when you're healing other characters, you want to make sure that the warrior is not one character that you're keeping at max HP, or else it's just going to be that much harder to kill. So generally the idea is have warrior help out in a metal battle until basically turn 2. I would say turn 2 is fairly safe to start killing him off. So here I am in this situation. I want my warrior to be dead because I want to give EXP to other characters. His HP is relatively low, it's at 40. But on turn 1, I'm going to have him use his malt powders and help out the most he can. So, this is just general concept is like, you're ready to kill off your warrior, you're going to let him help out for turn 1, throw him off powder, kill something or do something, and then other characters and him are going to kill him off. So, let's just watch how this fight goes down, because this is, I don't know, but this is probably a pretty good example. So, everyone's throwing him off powder. There's seven enemies on the field. It's in your best interest when you see this many metals to just throw them. Okay, I think 2 are confused. So at this point, I don't know if you caught that, but what I'm doing now is the warrior is actually attacking yourself. In case you don't know, you open the menu, you press right, and then you get to select from your party, and then you select warrior. So, yep. I know the warrior is going to do at least 26 damage to himself, so he kills himself off. And he's dead. So just like that, he's dead. EXP will go to the other characters. And I think that was 3 medals, maybe 2. Yeah, it's 3. Okay. So yeah, now that the warrior's dead, task 1 is over. Task 2, get bread for thief. Rearrange. So yeah, this is actually perfect. So what I'm doing is that I'm grinding very close to this staircase, because I know that my warrior's about to die, and I'm ready to go upstairs to get the treasure that I want. But before I do that, I'm trying to maximize how much I get out of my encounter countdown, so that specifically when I'm ready to go upstairs, I don't waste any time, and I'm ready to just go straight upstairs and get the reward. So right after this battle, you'll see that I was grinding right next to the stairs. So remember that my chances of getting into a battle are tied to my encounter countdown and will generally go down after time. So here I go straight upstairs. I put the thief at the beginning of my party for item management reasons, and I open this to get that, and now my thief has it. Now again, what I'm trying to do is that I took some steps in this upstairs, so I'm trying to just walk around up here and maximize the potential for me to get into a fight, because I've already taken like 6 steps. So if I'm up here already and I can get into a fight, then I should get into a fight, but I should grind it close to the staircase so I get the most value out of my encounter countdown being decreased. Okay, so I come here, I fight this, and then basically just immediately after I'm gonna go downstairs. I go downstairs here. I mean, it doesn't matter when you do it, but you just need to eventually. It's because this is how you get to the bottom. The bottom where the Book of Satori is. Okay. So you get the bread for the thief. Use thief's, let's say, combination of whips and poison needle to sweep enemies or hit metals. So you need to be actively swapping during this part, and I guess in the first part too, a little less so. I do want to iterate how dangerous that was. I entered this fight with 82 HP on the thief. And after one turn, that 18. That's why it's so important to keep your HP high. Okay. Yeah, I mean, during this section, you're really just grinding levels. It's not all the concepts we just talked about metals attacking each other and using moth powders effectively. That really comes into play here. I mean, just like I said this before, but like, I mean, monitor what level you're at and what enemies you can reasonably kill. So like Sky Dragon, I can do 2 physicals and use Ice Bolt and kill him. And it gives pretty decent EXP and it gives good money too. Okay. Keep HP high, make sure that paralyzed characters. So when you're paralyzed, which that was actually scary, 2 characters out of 3 got paralyzed. Just walk around a few steps, so you'll see right here 2 characters are paralyzed. You see the hero walking in there, like it doesn't have much animation. After you take a few steps, they'll get it back, but you do, well, there's not much you can do, but you do hope that it's not a problem. By the time you get to the next fight, the characters are unparalyzed. Alright, let's do this. Maintain items, distribute warriors, old stuff. So when you kill off the warrior, usually he's got a whole bunch of stuff in his inventory. So you give moth powders to people, to others who need them. Give steel sword to hero. Okay. Yet another discussion topic, as this is a very dynamic and difficult piece of the speedrun. So consider this. Consider I'm in a metal fight, and I'm fighting just metals, so maybe another fight. So say I'm in this fight right here, okay? So say there are 5 metals, just like this, and say my thief and my mage have done 2 damage to the second metal, okay? So if my hero has the steel whip equipped and I use him to attack, he will only have the chance of doing 1 damage to the first leftmost metal, not the second one that the other 2 have attacked, okay? So when the mage and the thief just decide to attack, they just choose randomly. They're just going to start choosing. If the thief chooses the third one, the mage will hit the third one as well. That's the way the AI works. But if you're the hero and you've got the whip, the only metal you're going to hit will be the first one. It always goes left to right for whips. So that is why when you open the warrior's inventory and you give right there, so this is the steel sword, you give it to the hero. It is for that specific reason in this fight that if you give the hero the steel sword, it's a singular weapon, singular attack weapon, and instead of going all the way to the left and only hitting the left one, steel whip will give the hero the opportunity to hit the same metal that the thief and the mage were hitting, which was number 2. And that's something you do after the warrior dies. You usually wait until the warrior has some sort of, the other allies in your team have used enough moth powders for it to be efficient enough for your warrior's inventory to get spread out to your other characters. So at this point, I open the warrior's menu. He's got a whole bunch of moth powders. My other characters have readiness and availability to be able to take the moth powders. So we do that here. And then I give the steel sword to the hero. So he now has that option of being able to singularize, that's not the word, single out metals just like the others do. Okay. In general, I guess I don't have too much else to talk about in the grind. It's just, overarching, it's just getting used to what level you are, who needs to... Basically, your warrior needs to die right away, you need to assess how strong you are, and can you reasonably... Sorry. It's loud outside. Can you reasonably take out a group of enemies in one attack, or two attacks, or three attacks? And if you can, you should. I'm afraid that getting into, like, very specifics for this section would be tough, because, I mean, we could literally go over every fight, and it would take, like, another 2 hours of just, like, what every fight is like and why it works the way it works. But I think honestly, like, with just some background knowledge and the curiosity to explore how some of these fights work, that you would be able to do it yourself. But outlining all the mechanics and the basic things to look for is something that's very difficult to, like, find information about. So hopefully at least this helps with that. I guess from here I don't have too much else then. I mean, really what you do is you just fight metal. I mean, you basically fight everything. You just hope for metals. I mean, this is one of the most random and swinging parts of the speedrun, in that you can gain or save a ton of time based on metals, obviously. If all metals show up, it's pretty free. If not, lose a billion. Anyways. Alright, this stream is almost over, by the way. Task 3. Get Thief to 20. So, you don't want to go too far. Don't go too far over 20. And we're going to cover this next time. Has to do with relative EXP for Sage versus Mage for 21. But yeah, I mean, basically, you've got like a 2 metal window after 20 before you're safe. And just go through this. This looks mostly good. Oh, that's a nice battle. Probably enough. Yep. So within this battle, I think I saw that the hero learned Mahalton before, so I killed him off. We'll talk about that another time. The hero dying isn't a necessity, but it is a time saver. Total mana. So yeah, once you get to 20, you basically you're ready to class change, so you come down to the bottom here, get the Book of Satori, and then beeline it for Dharma and change class. Let me just sort of think, before we wrap this stream up, if there's anything else about moth powders in this grind to do. I don't think so. Again, like, every fight is a little different and changes, and figuring out the optimal strategy. I mean, one is very tough on paper, but it's also very tough to do in a speedrun, because you have to just react to it really quickly. You have to know what level you are, who's strong, who will be able to clear out an enemy, how many moth powders you have. So it's just a very, like, moving and dynamic piece of the game, for sure. Okay, so that's really it. Finish up. Come here. Oh, this is part 2. So you just got the Book of Satori right here. Cast outside, cast return, and just go and turn yourself into a sage. Okay. Alright, that's it's a little less than halfway, but I have a feeling the second half of this game will go faster than the first for explaining.
It's really like the beginning of the game is there's a lot to explain, and then the Metal Slime grind had a lot of stuff to explain too. Can't believe it's already been 4 hours. Wow. I would expect the second half would probably take, or the second session of this would probably take about 3 to 4 hours as well. It's really just like Baramos fight. It's gonna take a lot of explaining, and to a lesser degree, Zoma. Anyways, that's it for me. I hope this is helpful for some people. I don't expect a lot of people to use this right away, but I kind of want this to be the reference point for people who want to learn this game. And as I move on to other projects, and maybe not DQ3, I wanted to at least memorialize what I know about this game in this capacity. So, anyways, thank you for watching, and I'll be back probably next week with part 2. So, I'll see you around. And those of you in the US, have a nice holiday too. So, see you around.